Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. It's me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman, who returns after 2 weeks on holiday. Great to see you back, Mike.
Hi, guys, and yeah, glad to be back.
You've been missed, we'll all say that. And tonight we're joined by two very special guests. We're joined by Ian Hill, the Ramblins.
Hello.
And Michael from Michael's Movie Corner.
Hello.
It's great to see you guys on the stream. Been watching you on AJ's and Matt's stream and really been enjoying what you've got to say. Been wanting to get you on the stream for a little while, so it's great to get you guys on here.
Thank you.
Anyway, before we get into the comment section, as always, I ask this question every week. What are some of the films that you've watched over the past week or so? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. So I watched a film the other night with Jamie Lee Curtis called Virus, which I've not seen before. I had a fun time with that film. Really cool. It kind of reminded me a little bit of Star Trek: The Next Generation with like the Borg. But yeah, it was really quite fun. I watched a film the other night as well called Red Rocket for the first time. That was a bit touch and go for me. That had some questionable scenes in it for me. But yeah, and I also watched for the first time last night. I gave a Clifford the Big Red Dog a go, so I just had fun with that. So that was all right. And I've just got about 30 seconds into watching Terrifier.
Very nice.
That's all. That's as far as into it as I am. But yeah, that's just some stuff I've been watching.
Oh. I'm glad to see you've got your Terrifier box set, because that seems to be quite rare these days. HMV don't have it in.
That arrived today. I paid about £26 for it, given the fact that it's so fucking rare now. It's ridiculous. To try and get your hands on a copy of it.
Oh. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I've heard some good things about them and look forward to hearing your opinion on it.
Yeah, I've heard they're quite violent and gory, so I'm just hopefully they deliver on that.
I think you'll be very pleased with that if you want violence and gore. It seems to have it in abundance.
Yeah, I've seen one or two scenes from it.
Yeah,
yeah, look quite mental. Yeah.
So from Terrifier to Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Bit of a leap.
Yes, I used to watch the cartoon of that when I was a kid. So, what was the film like? I've been intrigued to watch it.
It's all right. It's very, very generic, but it's all right for a kids' film, I guess.
Is it? It's John Cleese in the film?
Yeah.
Oh, and Jack Whitehall.
Jack Whitehall, yeah. They're the only two sort of real names from it I know.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'll have to give that one a go. But great selections of films there, Andy. What about you, Ian? What have you watched over the past week?
Let's see. I watched, which I put up as a review, was one from Indicator Sale, which was The Devil's Men with Donald Pleasance and Peter Cushing in. Absolutely loved it. I mean, it's a Greek film. They actually decided to do a Greek horror film in 1976. And it's really good, considering that. I think what makes it is that the location in Greece, it really adds something to it. It's just brilliant performances. No matter how bad the script may be, Donald Pleasance and Peter Cushing always give their best. And it's funny because Donald Pleasance is playing this priest character again. And I kept thinking then of him in John Carpenter film, when he's a priest in that, Prince of Darkness, is it? Yeah. He's really good. He's just great. And Peter Cushing, he was playing a bad guy as well. This some barren character, but it was really good. I enjoyed that. Then I watched, which I've done a review, but that's to come up on channel, which is of Saint Maud. Absolutely, wow, Saint Maud. It's just fantastic. It's got that wonderful moody feel. It's also filmed in Scarborough, some of it, which, of course, as a Yorkshireman, Scarborough, I'm in already. But it's got that wonderful, like in Under the Skin, it's not like that, but it is like that. It's got that sort of mood, and it's just brilliant. I mean, it's about mental illness, but it's about religion. It's about all these things, and the horror it's not explicit, but it's very much there, and it's just a superb performance. First film by this director, just wonderful. I don't know why I hadn't seen this before. I just came across it. I saw it. It was cheap because I'm always looking for bargains. So there's that one. Then let's see what else have I watched. Event Horizon. Yeah, Event Horizon. I just got another cheap copy of that. Brilliant. And the 4K as well. And today, 3 4Ks arrived, which I got for a tenner each, which was Last Night in Soho, Malignant, and Blade on this HMV sale. So I'm looking forward to them. They haven't got slipcovers, but hey, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter.
Little deal there, Ian. That's a good price. £10 each for them films.
There is 10. There was 3 for 30. It's a good deal.
Have you seen them 3 before?
No, I've not seen them. I know I don't normally do that, but I know I'm going to like them. I know straight off.
You're
in for
a treat.
And I've read a lot about Malignant. Yeah,
you're in a treat for them.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. And then just finally, I watched the Power of the Doctor again, which I ordered and got. I just had to have that. And that was it, really. So they're the main things that I've watched.
Very nice. Very nice selection there. That Saint Maud does look very interesting. I have seen that about on HMV for about $4.99 when you pick something up, and it's
worth
really
getting.
Creepy.
It's quite cheap. Yeah, it's good. I really liked it. I loved it. Just something about it. Just it might not be everybody's cup of tea, but
Yeah, but I'm willing to give it a go. It sounds very interesting. The reviews were very positive as well, and it's supposed to be quite creepy and scary. So and Power of the Doctor, it was a pretty good episode, I have to admit, and I am tempted to pick that one up on Blu-ray. Did you go for a steelbook? Did you go for the steelbook or the normal edition?
No, well, I've got the other two. It seemed, you have to be careful with money now. I do all the time, budgeting, and I got the other 2 specials. So I thought about it and thought, well, I'll just get the ordinary copy because there's no point in getting the other 2 already. It did look good, the steelbook, but
the steelbook does look fantastic.
Yeah.
Awesome. What about you, Michael? What are some of the films that you've watched over the past week?
Well, last night I decided to have a double feature. I was going to rewatch The Snapper, which is a fantastic Irish film starring Colm Meaney. And then I watched for the very first time The Van, which also has Colm Meaney in it. Both were, I preferred The Snapper over The Van. They're based off of Roddy Doyle books. There was another movie that was turned into, that was adapted from one of his books as a part of this trilogy that I had no idea about. So I'll need to track down that one soon. But I'd like a kind of time capsule to have a look back and see what it was like in the early 90s in Ireland. Very good.
Oh, wow. I've never heard of them films before. Did they come out fairly recently?
Yeah, I'd highly recommend The Snapper over The Van, as the Snapper is a bit more funnier.
I'll have to add that to the never-ending list. That does sound really interesting, Michael. Awesome. And what about you, Mike? What have you watched over the past week?
I've been catching up on some of the indicators that I got from the sale. So I watched Bellman and True, which was pretty decent. Yeah, it was a pretty good film. And The Lonely Passion of Judith Hearn, that was pretty good. That's got a really good performance from Maggie Smith and Bob Hoskins. Other than that, I rewatched the Maniac Cop movies over the weekend because I got the second and third one on 4K, and my word, they look amazing on 4K. Like some of the best transfers I've ever seen, and like they don't really have any right to look as good as they do considering the types of movies they are. But yeah, they look great.
Oh, wow. Great selection of films there. I do have Bauman and True and The Lonely Passion of Judith Heard, and they both look really good. I've heard they're quite very slow paced, the pair of them are.
Yeah, they are pretty slow paced. Bellman and True was, I think it was the first hour was a little bit too slow, but the second hour was much better. And Judith Hearn, that was more of like a draw, kind of like a romantic drama, but not quite. But it was just the acting, and it was really good, and that's really what the best part. That's the best part of it.
That's good to hear. The Maniac Cop. I watched Maniac Cop for the first time this year and thoroughly enjoyed it. Would you recommend 2 and 3?
Yeah, well, on rewatch, because I'd actually never seen the third one before. I'd seen the second one before, but like on rewatch, I think I prefer them. I think my least favorite now is probably the first one,
Really?
but all three of them I think are really solid.
Oh, that's good to hear. Is Bruce Campbell returns in the sequels or not?
He does, but I won't say any more than that.
Right. Oh,
Don't want to
that's
spoil
good.
anything.
I'll have to keep an eye out on. Over here in the UK, you can't get them on Blu-ray, can you? You got to import them.
Yeah, I think you've got to import the 4Ks. Yeah, and the only
Oh,
problem is
that's
they're
fine.
quite expensive.
Yeah, I can imagine shipping fees and all that will be quite high. But
Yeah.
that's good to hear. The 4K transfer is really good on them. What are they, Kino Lorber or something?
Blue Underground.
Ah, Blue Underground. I've heard good things about them. I've seen a few reviews about them, so that's good to hear.
Yeah.
For me, over the past week, I've watched quite a few films. I've watched See How They Run. That's hit Disney Plus. Really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really fun murder mystery with this. Kind of felt like a Wes Anderson film. It was very funny. Some great performances there. I thought Saoirse Ronan, whatever her name is brilliant in it. Just really like anything she does. I think she's a great actress. I watched the Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Very good film. A lot of fun. Nicolas Cage just poking fun at himself, and him and Pedro Pascal together, fantastic pairing. I also watched, what was it now? I watched the final Rec film, Rec 4 Apocalypse. Thought it was a decent continuation of it, even though it kind of ditches the found footage that made the first 2 films really good. And I watched the remake of The Evil Dead on Monday night, and well, it was a very good remake. It was a really competent remake, did its own story, and the gore in that, wow, there's certainly something else, but very entertaining, and still kept to like the 80, 90 minutes of the other Evil Dead films. Awesome. So anyway, before we get on to the comments, as it's your first time on the stream, Ian and Michael, do you want to promote your channels to everybody watching at home? Do you want to go first, Ian?
Yeah, I've been taking it more seriously for about 5 months now, because I didn't really used to do much, but I thought, well, what do I want to do? And I just thought, well, I just want to just talk about things in a positive way of films, music, collecting, nostalgia to some extent, just what I was interested in, and so that's what I did, and I've got quite a lot of collections, and I thought I'll just do it. I'll just talk, just talk unscripted, just talk about when I reviewed films, and just try and show my passion for films, and that's what I try and do. I think in my channel, and I've been really under a lot of support, and I've been impressed by how friendly and everybody is, and it's really nice coming across everybody doing their own thing and seeing that passion, and that's what I want to do. So if I don't like a film, or if it's a one-off, then it don't go in my collection, and I'm not going to review something I really hate or don't like. So everything's always positive, and that's it.
You got a brilliant channel there, Ian. Do some really good reviews you do. I love seeing your interest in the films as well as Doctor Who, because I know you're a big Doctor Who fan.
Yeah, Doctor Who and Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen your streams with AJ and Matt, and you've talked about Doctor Who and Star Trek and quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really good. And what about you, Michael? Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Sure. I basically do movie reviews every now and again, and I also go out and film myself hunting for DVDs and Blu-rays and the odd VHS tape that I somehow managed to find. And as well, I do review. Have been doing a good few Doctor Who reviews as of late. Not too frequently, but there's a lot of good content that I'm planning ahead for the new year. A lot of it is Doctor Who related, as well as a lot of it is Star Trek related. Those two are my big passions.
Awesome. That's great to hear. And again, you've got a fantastic channel with some great, interesting Doctor Who and some fantastic videos. And if you like what you hear, everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them all a sub. Right, before we get on to the comment section, as you two guys are big into Doctor Who, what do you think of Kuti? Is it Kuti Gatwa who's taken over as the new Doctor? What do you think of his casting choice?
Ian, do you want to go first, or will I go first?
Go on, you go first.
Okay. I'm hyped. I'm really looking forward to Ncuti taking over as the 15th Doctor. Even just from that brief second that we seen at the end of the Power of the Doctor in the 60th anniversary trailer, I'm looking forward to him. And I mean, hell, on my TikTok For You page, I'm constantly seeing different edits from Sex Education mixed in with Doctor Who. And just from the bits that I've seen of him in Sex Education makes me really looking forward to seeing what he will bring to the role this time.
Awesome. That's good to hear. And what about you, Ian? What do you think?
I think if he's good at what he's going to do, then it's going to be a great choice. And usually it is. We are often negative about things nowadays, and I think we should be more positive. It's like, as I say, though I know a lot of people have been really down on the 13th Doctor, I think history will look back better on some of our episodes. I've been having quite a think about it. There has been some episodes that haven't been very good, but there has been one or two that a lot of people perhaps have passed over because they haven't watched. I could say that Rosa episode is an absolute classic.
That is,
to me, Rosa is such a great episode, and I would put that in my classics. But as I say, every Doctor, I like every Doctor. Maybe it's just me. Because I've been watching Doctor Who since I was 5 years old, since William Hartnell, and I've loved every Doctor in some way. They've all had their own things. The 6th Doctor is perhaps one of the Doctors that's received as much negativity as the 13th Doctor, and he really got a lot on that. But now people like him a lot more, and you appreciate some of the other things that he did. He was in a bad period when basically the BBC wanted to get rid of him pretty quickly. They thought it was a bad casting choice. The ratings were going down, and everything. I think I know I don't want to sound like I'm preaching and rambling, but one thing I often hear about the criticisms on the 13th Doctor and what's happened is that about the ratings, that they're at an all-time low. Look at the 12th Doctor's ratings, but more importantly, look, people don't watch TV like they used to. People watch episodes later on. And the figures of the iPlayer and the way people watch it is very different to what it used to be. So you're never going to get back to those millions and millions, watching TV for the first time. And streaming, of course, everything's different. It's different now. It's a different world. And that's why the Disney Plus deal is going to be a good deal as well. I know people are going, oh, no, it's Disney Plus. Hey, by heck, what's going on? But it's gonna be good for the program. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I think it's people shouldn't be so gloomy. It's just things are different. Times moved on. The way we watch things, and it's same with everything. Cinema, you could imagine everything. we watch things differently now. You know, that's how it is. That's life.
Yeah, I definitely get that. With the Disney Plus deal, apparently the Doctor Who episodes budget is going up from 1 to 3 million to nearly 10 million an episode, thanks to the Disney Plus budget.
I believe that when I see it, but yeah.
Well, apparently
That would be interesting.
they're going to do spin-off shows as well on Disney Plus. They're really pushing the Disney Plus.
Long as they don't over milk it, I'll be happy. You know. But Torchwood, are they going to?
No, Torchwood's dead. Torchwood is 100% dead. I don't think John Barrowman will ever work with the BBC after what happened to him, with him getting cancer.
There is a bit.
Yeah, so I think he's said multiple times he's never coming back to work for the BBC. So unless they do it with like a new cast, like maybe have Gwen be the head show for Torchwood this time for like a new generation, maybe I would definitely watch that. As long as it doesn't end up like Class, that spin-off I'll be.
That was a failure. That was an absolute failure.
Okay. I've only ever seen one episode, and I never seen the rest.
Yeah,
it just didn't work. No.
Yeah, it's pretty dreadful, Classes.
That was
aired late at night.
12th Doctor was bad. Class was absolutely awful, and I have to say that I try and pretend it never happened.
So
anyway, let's get on to the comments. Right, I think we've got quite a few. Wow, we have a few already. Right. First up, we have the viewer Drew, and he says, well, StreamYard, sorry. The viewer Drew's here saying, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew, thanks for joining me. I hope you're doing well. We have AJ here from AJ's Movie Place saying hello all. Hey, AJ, hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Jack.
We have Edward here. Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Who picked up Alf on 4K? I haven't picked it up. I'm going to let you into a secret. I'm not a big fan of Alf. I've never really liked the film.
I'm going to let you in on a secret myself. I've never seen it, and I probably won't ever see it because I'm not a fan of Will Ferrell.
No, my mum's not a big fan of Will Ferrell as well. That's why she don't like it. I just never liked the film, even as a kid. Just never could get into it. And also, another one that came out this week, The Polar Express. I don't like that film either.
I've only ever seen it the once, and that was when I was up at my aunt's house years ago. We rented it on, it was either DVD or VHS. And then we watched it. I enjoyed it. I haven't gone back to it since. I probably will this Christmas, though.
Yeah. The CGI terrified me as a kid of Polar Express. I
don't blame you.
Have you picked up Alf or any of the Christmas 4Ks, Andy?
No. I've got most of them on Blu-ray. The only 4K Christmas movie I've got, I think, is Home Alone. But
great film.
Yeah. Elf's all right. It's not one of my favorites. It's just fine for what it is. Yeah. It's all right. Yeah.
And over here in the UK on Asda, their adverts feature Buddy Alf now. They've cut bits out of the film to put in their trailer in the advert Christmas at Asda, which is quite cool, I suppose, if you like the film. What about you, Ian? Have you picked up any of these films on 4K or planning to?
No, I've not seen either of them two you've mentioned. Home Alone I've got Home Alone in my collection, 4K. I like that, and I like my late wife. She used to love the Santa Claus the movie, and I've got that from. And I like Santa Claus the movie. It's good. Yeah,
I actually picked that up a few weeks ago, so I'll definitely be giving that a look.
It's good fun. And I watch Snowman and Father Christmas, the Raymond Briggs ones.
Yes.
They're essential to me. They're just great, fantastic. And I might watch Die Hard again more.
Die Hard is not a Christmas
only-
movie. I will fight
Yeah.
anyone on this hill.
Yeah. Die Hard I watched for the first time this year. I'd never seen Die Hard before.
Oh,
And
wow.
and I finally got round to it this year. And immediately I saw it. I got a 4K copy of it. I just thought it was fantastic. I like Bruce Willis. He's good. And this is, I know it seems weird. I've not seen that, but for some reason I've never seen it all these years. I loved it. I can see why people raved over it.
It's a fantastic film. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Gone so long and
Yeah.
haven't seen it. Oh,
I haven't
There's
seen
quite
it.
a few films I've not seen.
oh you haven't
Might
seen it as
surprise
well,
you.
Michael.
Nope, I haven't seen it. Don't plan to see it.
Oh, wow. What about any of these films? Will you be picking them up on 4K or on physical in general?
I don't collect 4K as I don't own a 4K TV or player, so I just stick to DVDs and Blu-rays at the moment. But I have been toying with the idea of maybe upgrading to 4K in the new year. Well, I'll see about that.
Oh, sounds great. What about you, Mike? Any of these you planning on picking up on 4K?
Not really. No. I'm not the biggest fan of Elf either. Again, I don't really like Will Ferrell, to be honest. And yeah, I feel like I don't really need many of them on 4K. I'm happy to just stick with the Blu-rays.
Yeah, I know this week they've released quite a few of them, and if you like Christmas films, it must be about 100 quid's worth of Christmas films come out. There's only one of them that would interest me, mainly because I haven't seen it, and I've always wanted to see it, and that's the Christmas Vacation film. I've never seen it, and I've heard so many good things about it, so I might pick up the Blu-ray box out of that. Next up, we have Sinjin here saying, "Hi Edward, great name. That's my middle name. And fun fact, that's my middle name as well." We've got Sinjin here saying, "Hey guys, hey mate, thanks for joining." We've got Andy Like Stuff here saying, "Hey guys." Hi Andy, hope you're doing well. The viewer Drew says, "I have excellent news to share with everyone here. I saw Don't Worry Darling and Top Gun Maverick recently. Very nice. Top Gun is superb. Haven't seen Don't Worry Darling, but haven't heard many good things about it. You seen them too, Andy?"
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed both of them. Really, really liked Don't Worry Darling. We're getting the 4K of that a couple of weeks early.
In HMV, aren't we?
From HMV, yeah. So I've pre-ordered the 4K steelbook. And I've got to say I enjoyed the film. There's one or two scenes I think that could be cut from the movie, but overall it was a 7 out of 10 for me. Really, really enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that's
obviously Top Gun Maverick's like it's film of the year for a lot of people, I think, and rightly so.
Yeah.
It's one of the best 4Ks I've seen. Top Gun Maverick.
I can imagine the Blu-ray was impressive enough. I can imagine the 4K looks incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to give Don't Worry Darling a watch. I think it's hit streaming now, but I see that in HMV. It comes out like the start of December, and the steelbook does look very nice.
It's not a movie that I think is for everyone. I think there's going to be people that obviously don't like it. You know, like all movies, it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. But I've got to say, from my preference, I liked it. Yeah.
I must admit, when the trailers first come out, I really liked what I saw, but then all the drama behind the scenes kind of just took center stage. So I'll give it a go, see what it's like. What about you, Ian? Have you seen these two films?
No, I've not seen them. Let's see. Top Gun, originally, the original one, I saw way, way back, going right back, probably when it came out, and I was never that impressed. I'm not a big Tom Cruise kind of put me off in that sort of period, and he always has. But everybody talks about this film as if it's actually better than Top Gun, so I may well give it a chance. But I'm not going to go out of my way. But I might get round to it, possibly. I would, I might pick it up in a sale or see if I can pick it up. But people really have raved about it, so I would definitely look at. I mean, for me, Tom Cruise, I've again, these films I need to get round to seeing. I've never seen any Mission Impossible films with Tom Cruise in. I know a lot of people say how good they are, and I'm sure I'll get round to it. I mean, the only Tom Cruise film I've got in my collection, and I've got two. I've got Rain Man, and I've got Eyes Shut Wide, the Kubrick one.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, that's it. Eyes Wide Shut. I love that one. I don't know why. I just absolutely love that one. It's really great. But Tom Cruise isn't somebody I've really, but I'm not discounting it. I'm never going to discount. I'm sure I'll get around to it. And as the way everybody has gone about Maverick, as if, it's the greatest thing, I tend to, sometimes if things are really over popular, I tend to just come back later to them and, I'm sure I'll get around to it. And the other one I haven't seen yet. Again, it's something I just might later, see it.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy Top Gun whenever you get around to it. Because a lot of people who didn't like the first one really enjoyed this one.
Do you like the first one then? You like the first
one? I really like the first one. I think it's just 80s all over. But this one's a much more better film. It's just a really fun, feel-good film. Just a over-the-top sort of fun trip to the cinema for 2 hours. And looks great at home. So, what about you, Michael? Have you seen these films, or?
No, I haven't seen Don't Worry, Darling or Top Gun Maverick, mainly because I also haven't seen the original Top Gun yet. Okay. And I don't intend to because I don't really like Tom Cruise that much. So I'll probably give both of those movies a skip.
That's okay. What about you, Mike? What about you? Have you seen these two films?
I've not seen Don't Worry, Darling. However, I do unfortunately know the twist, so that's kind of ruined it for me. Top Gun Maverick I have seen, and I was a bit late to seeing that. And I tried not to get too swept up in the hype for it. But when I saw it, I really did enjoy it. I thought it was a really good movie, and yeah, definitely a lot better than the original.
Yeah, I agree. Surprisingly, I don't even know the twist for Don't Worry, Darling. I've managed to stay away from spoilers. It's such a pain when you see spoilers spelled.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Sinjin saying, I watched Near Dark the other night. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. Is that a vampire film?
Yeah.
Catherine
Bigelow.
That's Ericsson, isn't it? Ericsson.
Lance Henriksen.
Lance Henriksen, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's great. It's a great film. Yeah.
He's a very good actor.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain it recently got a re-released on Blu-ray. So.
I think it did, yeah.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it. Yeah.
Sinjin says, love Maverick. Sinjin saying Mike's nodding his head. Right. Andy Like Stuff says here, watched a random horror comedy called Monday called Dead Before Dawn. Have any of you guys watched it? If not, it's on YouTube movie channel called Moviedrome UK. Never heard of this. Have you guys heard of it?
The name rings a bell. I haven't seen it, but the name definitely does ring a bell.
Isn't that what they say in The Evil Dead? Dead Before Dawn or Dead by Dawn?
Dead by Dawn, they say.
Yeah. That's probably what I'm thinking of. But no. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Anybody else heard of it?
Nope.
No.
Cheers for that, Andy. And Sinjin says, here comes the trolls. Winslow says, making my way through Robert Altman's filmography. Are you guys a fan? My favourite so far is The Long Goodbye. Robert Altman. The name rings a bell, but I don't know what films he's done. You guys got any favourite Robert Altman films?
I don't think I've seen any of his works.
I'm going to have to Google them up. Good old Google. Yes, The Long Goodbye. He's also done the brilliant 1980s Popeye film, which is probably the only other film I've seen of him.
Oh, that's awful.
I'm going to have to say probably The Long Goodbye and the Popeye film.
Oh dear.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
I really like The Player. I think that's a great film. Shortcuts is a really good movie. Nashville, Three Women. I really like Pret-a-Porter, even though it's not the best movie, but the cast of that film's amazing, and the ending to that movie is truly something to behold. But yeah, I think Shortcuts is probably my favorite one by him because that movie's just got an exceptional cast. It's like 3 hours long, but the cast is just amazing.
That sounds good. I'll have to look into some of his catalogue of films then. Definitely need to expand it over Popeye, I think.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What are your favourite Robert Altman's films?
Probably MASH. That's a pretty good movie.
Is it MASH? Oh yeah.
Yeah, the original MASH movie. Yes.
Yeah.
Again,
that's a good
that's
movie.
got a really good cast. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Probably just that one.
Oh, I didn't know he did the MASH movie. I've seen the TV show, but I've never seen the film.
Yeah, I love the show.
What about you, Ian?
Yeah, MASH, definitely. You've just said that. You've saved me. Anything to do with Popeye, I never liked the cartoon, so I don't think the film would do much for me at all. But MASH, great film. Love film, MASH, yeah. And I like TV series as well. Yeah.
Yes, the TV series is good, but Popeye is just torture.
That's it.
Anyway, what about you, Michael?
I haven't seen any of his work, so I can't comment. I definitely do need to watch now the MASH movie. It's been on my list to watch for a while because I do love the TV show that spawned from it, but I just haven't got around to it yet.
Oh, that's okay, mate. Winslow says, just watch Three Women. I'd recommend it. It's on Arrow. I haven't heard of that one. Have you guys seen that one before? Heard of it?
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, it's not on Arrow, it's on Arrow Academy.
Ah.
Yeah.
And what about you, Mike?
movie.
You've seen it?
Yeah. Is that the one with Shelley Duvall?
Yeah.
That's what it says on here, yeah.
Shelley Duvall, yeah.
Yeah. I think I may have seen the front cover of it somewhere. It does ring a bell. Oh, sounds good. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying, got the Wolf of Wall Street Arrow box set. Haven't watched it yet as it arrived 2 days late, but it's already my favourite Arrow box set packaging. Yes, I wasn't going to get this, and I haven't got it yet, but I've seen a few unboxings for it, and it kind of does impress. 30 quid, I think, is a bit too much for it. When it drops down to about 20 quid, I may pick it up. I do like the whole wallet design with the paper cash and all that. That is quite a quirky little design, but not worth the 30 quid. You picked up, Andy?
No. I've seen a few unboxings for it, and the set does look really nice. But the Wolf of Wall Street for me it doesn't belong on the Arrow label at all. It's just got no business being on it for me.
I honestly don't know why it's on Arrow.
Yeah.
It's just such a baffling thing.
I can't get my head around it because there's even movies that are on the Arrow label now that I'm still baffled by. I'm still baffled that RoboCop's on it and American Werewolf in London. Those movies don't have any business being on Arrow. They're too mainstream. Wolf of Wall Street is way too mainstream just for that label because Arrow for me is a label that brushes the dust off old gems and brings new life to them.
Yeah.
Whereas, the movies we're getting at the minute are just far too well known.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
And I don't think this one will sell very well unless you obviously really like the film and want it on 4K. I think they're going to be hanging about for a little bit.
Yeah.
What about you, Ian? Have you got this box set or thinking about getting it?
I've never seen the film. No. These box sets, they look really nice, but the cost is just ridiculous, isn't it? Now it's getting to really bad, I think. Yeah. I mean, especially nowadays, how can people afford all these box sets? You see them all, and it's it's just ridiculous. For me, it reached the point when they released that Star Trek the movie, 60 quid for a box set that was just ridiculous.
Oh, is that one that looks like a box of chocolates?
That's right, yeah. Just crazy.
Oh, right, yeah. I know they re-released the 4Ks as well separately and done a £100 box set as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the 4Ks. I got them. But I felt done by box set from last year. I was daft enough to buy it last year, the 4. I suppose at least I didn't have to buy as many this year. But I like the individual covers, but I wasn't going to re-get them and spend money again because it was wasting money, you know.
They do that so you re-buy them and re-buy them because next year they're going to re-release them again on Steelbook, I've heard.
Oh, it's crazy. Crazy.
What about you, Michael?
Going to ruin collecting. They're ruining collecting, really.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Michael?
No, I'm not going to get it. I only just recently upgraded it to Blu-ray. Like, I like the film. It's a little bit too long for me. But yeah, no, I'm just happy to stick with my Blu-ray copy at the moment.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same, really. I mean, the box set does look really nice, to be fair, but yeah, I'm happy to stick with the Blu-ray, and I think the films are tad overrated in my opinion as well. So I don't really need to get it on 4K. I'll just stick with the Blu-ray.
Yeah, I've got the Blu-ray. I bought it for £1. I still haven't seen it yet, so I'll probably give it a watch before I decide to pick it up. We've got Rogue Review saying 3 Women on Arrow went out of print last month. I'm annoyed. I've just missed it. They had one in HMV on Monday. I looked over and realised it's now out of print. Went back on Tuesday. It's gone. That was 2 weeks ago. Wow. I didn't even know it was so recently out of print. I'll have to have a look at my local HMV because they normally have a lot of out of print stuff. I'll keep an eye on that one. It does look interesting. We have Coro here. Hey, Coro, mate. Hope you're doing well. He says to Winslow, make sure you watch The Big Sleep with Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall if you like The Long Goodbye. I still need to see The Big Sleep. It looks great.
Oh, it's brilliant. Fantastic film. Brilliant film. I love it. I'm waiting for that to come out. Now, I'd get that in 4K. I've got it on DVD, Big Sleep. What chemistry between Bogart and Bacall. It's better. I think it's better than Casablanca. Big Sleep. I know the different films do, but I just love The Big Sleep. What a film. Just fantastic.
I haven't seen a lot of these old classic films and I really need to. You seen this, Sandy?
Yeah, but it's been a long time since I've seen The Big Sleep. Yeah, but it is really good.
What about you, Michael? Have you seen it?
Never even heard of it.
And Mike, have you seen it?
I don't think I have seen it, but I'm pretty sure it's on the premiums.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, they're $2.15 now, so that's another temptation. To keep an eye on. Next up, we have Mac tonight saying, "Evening, gents. Hope you're well. I've subbed to you all, rocking guys." Oh, thanks so much.
Cheers, Mac.
Matt says, "What film of this year have you not seen and want to catch up on?" What film has come out this year and you haven't seen yet? Oh, do you want to go first, Sandy?
Yeah, sure. I've not seen Men yet. Because I've not really seen a bad horror film this year, to be honest, and I know that's one I've not had the chance to actually see yet. I'm still waiting for it to come down in price on Amazon because it's still 15 quid, and I don't want to pay that for it as a blind buy. And probably I don't know if it came out this year or last year, but Terrifier 2 as well.
Oh, good picks there.
Yeah.
What about you, Ian?
Pearl I've not seen. I want to see.
Yeah.
I love X so much. I can't wait to see Pearl. I've not seen that yet. Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know when's it coming out to buy, and
It hasn't
I
even got a
don't know.
UK release date yet. It's been released in America already. It's already out on streaming. So
Which streaming site is it on?
I'm
You don't
not
know.
certain. But I think you
I've
can
not
actually
seen it.
buy it to rent online. So probably check
No.
Google Play or
I,
something on your TV.
mm, it's a shame. But definitely Pearl is the one I'd want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael?
Nothing really. I'm trying to chip away at my ever increasing backlog of classic films that I have not seen before. Like last month, I chipped away at Jaws and at the original Nightmare on Elm Street. So slowly chipping away at my ever growing backlog.
Oh, wow. So you only watched Jaws for the first time very recently?
Yes, and I have an unscripted review coming out towards the end of the month for it.
Oh, wow. Wow. You must have been in for a treat with that. To watch that film for the first time, that's something special.
Yeah, I was AJ who suggested it to me, and I kept my eye out for it, and then I bought it. I got it for free on DVD from a charity shop, and then
Cool.
after watching it, I immediately upgraded it to Blu-ray.
Oh, brilliant to hear. Yeah, I know AJ's a big fan of that film, and Nightmare on Elm Street. That was the first time watched recently for me, and I loved that film.
Oh,
Such a
I
good
loved it as
horror
well.
film.
Yeah, I watched it on Halloween. That was my Halloween movie for this year.
Oh, perfect choice for Halloween.
Yeah,
Will you be delving into the other sequels of Nightmare on Elm Street?
probably. I don't know which ones are good or which ones are bad, so I'm holding off on that for the moment.
Yeah. The third one's very entertaining, Dream Warriors. Very fun film. What about you, Mike? What film haven't you seen this year that you want to catch up on?
I think for me, it's a lot of the horror ones. So yeah, Pearl. I still haven't seen Smile yet. What was the other one? Oh, Barbarian, and Terrifier 2 as well. Yeah, so a lot of the horror movies.
Some great picks there. For me, I want to check out Park Chan-wook's new film, Decision to Leave. It's only recently come out in cinemas. Looks really good. Really enjoyed The Handmaiden and Old Boy, so I can't wait to see what he does next. Barbarian, I've been hearing loads of good things about that. I want to watch Clerks 3. I've been quite intrigued by that. Keep meaning to watch it, miss out on it. Smile. And even though I've heard it's really gruesome and that, I am very intrigued to watch Terrifier 2, so I may give that one a watch. Oh, and The Black Phone. Been wanting to watch that one for a little while as well. We've got Mike here from Did You See That? Hey fellas, hope you're all doing well. Hey Mike, thanks for joining me. We've got Mac tonight saying thoughts on the Evil Dead franchise. Groovy. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. There isn't really a bad entry for me with Evil Dead. I just for this weekend for the first time I binge watched the whole of Ash versus Evil Dead, and yeah, that show was a lot of fun as well. It's as good as the movies, if not better than maybe one or two of them. But yeah, it's a great entertaining time. Bruce Campbell's absolutely, of course, just iconic, and yeah, I just really get a kick out of all of them. Really enjoy them.
Nice. What's your favourite out of the franchise?
It's Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2 for me. Yeah.
Very quality film.
Yeah.
What about you, Ian? Have you seen any Evil Dead films?
Yeah, I've got Evil Dead on 4K and Evil Dead 2 on 4K. I wish I could get the other one, but it's just been released. But it's an import, isn't it? Again, which is and a lot of people say that is really good fun. It's a bit more lighter and funnier. I'd still love to see get that. I think I saw it quite a while ago, but I can't remember much of it. But the other two I really love, and Evil Dead 2, yeah, I would for the moment say that I love that one best. Yeah, I like the first one. First one's good.
Yeah, they're all great films. What about you, Michael? Have you seen any Evil Dead films?
Nope, never seen any of the Evil Dead films. Not that big into horror, so I probably won't see them anytime soon.
Yeah, that's understandable, mate. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I love it. I love the movies. I love the Ash versus Evil Dead series. It's one of my favorites. The only movie I'm not that keen on is the remake. I think it's okay, but it's not one of my favorites. But yeah, I picked them up the first three recently on 4K because I got Army of Darkness, the Scream Factory one, whilst I was in America. And after I got home, I just thought, oh, I'll upgrade the first two as well. But yeah, I love them all.
Brilliant. I've only recently watched the Evil Dead franchise myself. I started watching the first one this year and gradually got through them all. First one I think is a great film. It's amazing what they've done for the budget. Second one's fantastic. It's sort of like a remake, isn't it? The second one of the first film, but feels more like well made. And the third one is just a lot of fun. I must admit, I'd probably say that one is my favorite. I just thought it was hilarious. I love the stop motion stuff with all the skeletons and that, and it's just like the time period it was set in. And Ash felt really like the character everybody made out him to be. Because when I watched him in the first film, I was like, he's a bit bland. And then slowly through the franchise, I've started to like him a bit more. The remake, I thought it was a solid remake. Amazing gore effects, but I do want to watch Ash versus Evil Dead. I've heard so many amazing things about it. So the next thing for me will be that franchise. So I've got to find the Blu-ray of it, but the Blu-ray's really expensive. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying, by the way, there's a few Criterions on Amazon that still have the sale prices. Got Failsafe and Anatomy of a Murder for $12.99 each. I think it's a mistake, so get them now before they realise. Oh, that's a good deal. I haven't heard of them films. Are you guys? Yeah. You seen them, Andy?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Failsafe. I've got it, but I don't think I've watched it yet. I think it's got Henry Fonda in it, and I've seen Anatomy for a Murder. That's really good.
And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, same. I've not seen Failsafe. I don't think I've heard of that one, but I've seen Anatomy of Murder. That's pretty good.
Oh, I'll have to have a look on there. I suppose now with Black Friday coming up, we'll get more of these sales popping up. I noticed yesterday on Amazon they got the Chucky box set, which normally goes for quite a lot of money. It's now 20 quid brand new, which is pretty good. We have Rehan here saying, please can I join your box? Hey Rehan, thanks for joining, mate. We've got Mac tonight saying, what film holds a special place in your heart? That's a good question.
Wow.
That's one that's getting me singing. Have you guys got any thoughts of any? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, so I think Mike might share my thoughts on this, but it's the American Pie movies for me. I think when me, Mike, and our other friend, when we get together, the American Pie films are just they're a staple for us. We think we grew up watching them at school, and it kind of doesn't feel right watching them on my own without Mike and our other friend. It just feels like it's missing something. But when I think the three of us get together, those movies are just absolute dynamite, and we just have a blast with them. And yeah, for me, they're very special. Yeah,
great pick there. They are very entertaining films. It's been a while since I've seen them. What about you, Ian?
I suppose I do really, really have a love affair with the original Lynch Dune film. It was the first film I went with my late wife on a date with, and I was really into it. She wasn't as much, but she got into it. And I've just, through the years, I was so happy when Arrow did their release. It was absolutely fantastic. I've had the VHS, I've had the DVD, I've had the Blu-rays, I've had the extended edition, though it's not the proper one. And Dune, I actually love the new Dune film, and I'm looking forward to the second one when it comes out, but the first one will always have something special. I love the sets, even the acting. It's like the one criticism I would have about the new Dune is the actors don't seem as memorable to me in the film. They don't quite get there in the characters, whereas in the Lynch Dune, characters, the way they get into them, everything, I say everything about the film, the music, I love the music as well. Brian Eno, Toto, fantastic. And I still watch Dune all the time, so that's got a special place in my heart. Dune as a film, right? I know it may not be the greatest film in the world. I know its faults, but I still love it. And so imaginative. The sets, the new film just couldn't, to me, even though I do love the new film, it just doesn't quite have that the original Dune has. That's it.
That's a wonderful pick there, Ian.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael?
I've got a few, but I'm only going to pick two. The first one I'm going to go with is the 1996 Doctor Who movie. I absolutely adore that movie. I get its faults, but I just love Paul McGann so much in that role, and I really, really wish he had continued on with a series, or if hopefully he can get his own series outside of Big Finish, because I'd say at least top five in my top five favorite Doctors for me. And then my second pick is the best Star Trek movie ever made, First Contact. I will watch that repeatedly and fall in love with it every single time. And if AJ's still here in this chat, I can hear him typing away that The Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek movie, but he knows deep down in his heart, he knows it's First Contact is the best Star Trek movie ever made.
I remember you talking about this on AJ's stream about First Contact.
Yeah, it's a running bit that we have where he'll say Wrath of Khan's the best movie. He's wrong. I'll say the correct one is First Contact, and I'm always right.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's great picks there, Michael. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, to be honest, I think it was a really good shout from Andy. I think I'd probably have to say the American Pie movies. Just great memories, like growing up watching them with friends, and yeah, just have a laugh every time I watch them.
Oh, again, great pick. For me, I'll probably have to pick, probably Toy Story 2. I used to love that film as a child, and it used to remind me of my grandparents, especially my granddad, because that was one of the films that we used to watch together, and it didn't long pass away till after that film came out on VHS. And I'd also say Harry Potter and the third one. Which one is it? Prisoner of Azkaban.
I really don't like Prisoner of Azkaban. I rewatched the entire Harry Potter series recently, and it is my least favorite. I despise it. The editing that on the whole blinking effects that they would do and the fade out, it just pissed me off to no end. So because of that, Prisoner of Azkaban is my least favorite of the Harry Potter series.
Oh wow! Which one's your favorite?
Either Order of the Phoenix or the Half-Blood Prince.
Now, Half-Blood Prince is probably my least favorite one. I just could never get on with that one.
No, I enjoyed it. There's definitely, you can definitely tell in certain scenes where Daniel Radcliffe is a little bit drunk. But I definitely, I even loved the movie tie-in video game that they released for it. At one point I sat down, completed it all in one sitting within about 5 hours with just 2 breaks.
Yeah, I can remember the game. I had the game on the Wii, and it was a very short game, but it was a very entertaining one. That new Harry Potter film that's coming out next year. Very excited for that one. But yeah, definitely Half-Blood Prince. Which one is it now? Prisoner of Azkaban for me, because first film I saw at cinema, I went to Butland's in I can't remember where, Skegness to see it, and it was a jam-packed cinema, and loved it. Next, we have Rehan saying, I have a question to ask you. Please, can I join your box? What? Join the stream, mate? Unfortunately, you can't join this stream tonight, but we'll have to get you on sometime in the future, mate. But thanks for inquiring, mate. Hope you're doing well. We've got Bumpers here saying, Evenall was hoping Ian would be wearing his Midsummer shirt. Ooh.
Yeah, I've only just got it, but I will be. Thank you. Yes.
I'm going to gather you're a fan of the film Midsummer.
Yeah, I'll just look. I've just got this. It's only just come.
Ooh, that looks
Can you
nice.
see it?
Oh wow. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. I found it on Instagram, and he was advertising it was Bumper, and I thought, I've got to have it. As soon as I saw it, not even one thought, I had to have it, so I ordered it. I'm so pleased because that's one of my all-time favorite films. Fantastic film. Yeah, so I'm really pleased with that. That came today.
That's a really nice shirt there, I must admit.
Yeah.
I never even knew they did one.
Site. It's called Hell on Shirt, I think. Hell on Shirt. It's really good. I just saw it on Instagram thing through sorry, what's his name? Bumper, yeah. Through Bumper, yeah.
Oh,
fantastic.
awesome.
Yeah, he's a great fan of the film as well.
Yeah,
this is a great
coming on
channel
next
as well.
week.
Bumper's
coming on
great
next
channel.
week.
Is
He
he?
is, he's a
Oh,
top
yeah, he
bloke.
really is. He is. He's really good. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
his reviews.
Yeah, he's great. Next up, we've got Andy Lake stuff here saying, managed to watch Top Gun Maverick Sunday for the first time. I wasn't a fan of the first Top Gun, but this totally surprised me. It's up there with The Batman as the two best films of the year for me. Yeah, it's that good. We've got a comment from AJ. I think Michael will like this. Best Star Trek film. I'll go straight to Michael on this one.
I knew it. I knew it. I told you. I bloody told you. If he was in here and he heard me saying that, he'd be commenting. First Contact is the best Star Trek movie ever made. I will fist fight him on this one. He's about to catch me hand.
Okay. First Contact for Michael. What about you, Andy?
I mean, yeah, I love all 10 of those original movie. You know, some are obviously better than others, but I can binge watch all 10 of them and just have a fantastic time with all of them. My personal favorite one though is 6, Undiscovered Country. I love, yeah, I love that film. Really, really surprised me, that one. Just had a great time with it. But I do enjoy 2 as well. Yeah. But you are right, Michael. First Contact is a stellar movie. It is really good. Yeah.
Is that from the Next Generation?
It is.
Yeah. I think it's the second.
Yeah, it's the second one.
Yeah.
And the first to introduce the Sovereign class, the Enterprise E, as well as my all-time favorite ship class, the Akira class, in the Battle Sector 001.
Right. I don't know a lot about Star Trek. I'm nodding my head, but I want to get into it. I have seen some. Pardon?
I would recommend getting into it. How I would do it is I would try a feeler for the original series, because it's not for me. I've sat down and watched a handful of episodes, but I've also found myself getting bored trying to watch others. So I would say go with either TNG, or as AJ would probably say, Deep Space Nine, because that is his favorite Star Trek show. Mine would be Voyager, and Enterprise is pretty good.
I might get the box set and just watch the films, because I'm just intrigued about watching the films.
Dude, the films are fantastic. The only one I have issues with is Star Trek V, the Final Frontier.
A lot of people do have trouble with that, don't they?
Who in their right mind allowed William Shatner to direct that piece of shit is beyond me.
Oh, wow. But for me, my favourite Star Trek film, I've only seen the first Star Trek normal film, and I've seen the Calvin timeline one, so I'm
I
probably
do
going to
love.
say that
Yeah, I love the
do,
Kelvin movies. They're
I
really
do
good.
like them ones. I like probably Into Darkness and the first one more, so I'm probably going to say the first Star Trek 2009 for me.
Yeah, that is a really good one.
What about you, Ian?
Oh well, the first one is special because I remember going to see it, the excitement. It seemed a long time since we'd actually seen them. And when we saw the cast appear on the studio, we're going, oh, they're old. They're looking old. But it was so fantastic seeing Star Trek on the big screen. It's a great film. I loved it then. It was really the whole audience. It was like an event watching this Star Trek come back. It was absolutely fantastic. So Star Trek 1, and I like 4 a lot. The one with the whale. It's got a nice balance. It's got time travel. I'm always in on time travel, and it's got a lighter feel to it. But I think it works really well. And
It is
I love it. I don't think 5 is as bad as you've made out. Actually, there's some good stuff in 5. It's not a total disaster. I can think of a lot worse films than that.
Yeah,
I would put 5 as not as bad. But honestly, I like them all. Yeah, I enjoy every one of them. Even perhaps the very last one, which people didn't like as much, which was a box office flop. But I like that as well.
Yeah, I absolutely
Nemesis.
love
Is that Star Trek? Yeah.
Nemesis would be the last.
Is it Nemesis?
Is
the that's the one. I like that. Yeah.
That was the last.
That's got a bad rap as well, I think.
I enjoyed it. That was actually the first bit of Star Trek I ever seen before actually getting into Star Trek. My mother, when that movie came out, she brought me to see it. So that's why when people ask what was, the first movie ever seen in cinema, it's either, for me, it's either Nemesis or Chamber of Secrets.
I think the problem of the Next Generation films was what happened to the rest of the cast. I'm a big fan of Dr. Crusher. She was hardly in it. Geordi isn't in it a great deal. It mainly concentrates on Picard, Data. Dead seem to be, even Worf gets a bit, but it really concentrates on them two. I think just a bit too much, really. But as that's life, they were the stars of it, so that's what happened. But I felt the others, someone like Dr. Crusher, she hardly was in it. You hardly noticed her, which is a shame. I really like Dr. Crusher.
I think a lot of those scenes, if they were filmed with Dr. Crusher, ended up on the cutting room floor, because I do know for Nemesis there was supposed to be a scene between Riker and Troy. It was either Nemesis or Insurrection, one of the two, where they're in a library just talking. And so it's a really good scene, but that got cut for some reason.
Yeah. I think the wedding got cut as well, a bit more as well.
Yeah, the wedding. From what I can remember, it did get cut down a good bit. Like you do see Wesley in it before they announce him as like a watcher in Picard season 2.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cora says the one where they say whales and orcas. That's the 4th one, isn't it?
That is the Voytron. Yes.
That's cool. Yeah. Love it.
Better than Rathacon.
What about you, Mike? What about your favourite Star Trek film?
I think on the whole, I would probably say Wrath of Khan. But I do actually really like Generations. I think that one's quite underrated.
Generations is severely underrated,
Yeah, I really like Generations, but this is probably going to be very unpopular, especially with you, Michael, but I'm not a big fan of First Contact.
All right, stick them up.
I prefer Generations over it. I don't know. When I watched First Contact, I don't know. I think because I'm fairly new to Star Trek, so I only watched like the whole franchise like a couple of years ago, and
Yeah.
when I watched First Contact, I was going into it with a lot of people saying it's like the best Star Trek movie, and I was just a bit underwhelmed by it. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, because a lot of people said the Best of Both Worlds parts 1 and 2 was the best Borg episode of all Star Trek. I thought it was utter shite. I really did not like it. Whereas I preferred Scorpion from Star Trek Voyager more, because it tells almost the exact same story as the Best of Both Worlds, but better.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I still think this is controversial to the original series of Star Trek is, especially the first season, it is something special. The color, the stories, it's actually telling a lot of interesting stories for the 1960s. Nowadays, they'd probably be going around saying it's woke and what have you. There's a lot was going on. Some of the stories are absolutely fantastic and a mirror of what was going on in the 1960s. Tremendous series.
I do agree. Like,
the third season is perhaps not quite as good of the original series, but certainly the first one. Wow.
Yeah, like the few episodes that I have seen of the original series, I have enjoyed. Like Mirror Mirror was really good. Mud's Women I watched after we seen Mud in Discovery, so I could familiarize myself with the character. And then I also watched that two-parter that they done, where they basically reused footage from the first pilot, The Cage, and for that, I definitely watched that, and I really enjoyed that. But there's definitely, I did watch Space Seed. I thought that was bad. I really did not like it.
Yeah, that's where the original Wrath of Khan idea comes from, isn't it? The Khan. I'll tell you what I think is perhaps one of the greatest Star Trek episodes ever is the City on the Edge of Forever. That's
still get to watch that.
Right near the end. Joan Collins is in it, and it's absolutely, it's tremendous. It's one of the great pieces of television that you can watch it at the time. It's just fantastic.
I know
it really is one of the best episodes of Star Trek ever.
Yeah,
I think.
Like, I still have yet to watch it, but I do know like the massive controversy around that episode, how it was written differently, and then Gene Roddenberry made them change it and rewrite and put his name onto it, and then the original writer submitted the original draft and won an award for that. So I am well aware of that controversy.
It really is a great performance by everybody, and the dilemmas, and Joan Collins is absolutely fantastic. She's appeared in a lot of good genre things in the 1960s. People have an image of Joan Collins, but she's actually a really good actress. And through that period, she appeared in lots of horror things as well as Space 1999, and you could list loads of things that she appeared in. Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, very good. Next up, we have Bumpers movie saying, anybody seen Smile yet? I really liked it. What are your thoughts? I did go and see it at the cinema, but unfortunately I only got about 20 minutes into it due to trouble at the cinema, but I'm hoping to give it a watch. I've heard it's coming to streaming soon, so I'll give it a watch there, but I've heard some great things about it. I know you've seen it, Andy. What's your thoughts on it?
I loved it. I thought it was just such a breath of fresh air in terms of a horror film. I thought it was creepy, scary. The jump scares in it were actually really decent, and the ending to it I just thought was great. And I just thought it was a really, really good horror movie. I just had an absolute fun time with it. Yeah,
that's great to hear. You seen it, Ian? No.
I definitely want to see it. Definitely, I know I'm going to like it, and you can just tell. Yeah, I just have a feeling. I know I'll definitely want to get that as soon as it comes out. I will just get it. I know I'm going to like it. I've just heard so much positive about it, and sounds good. Right up my street. Yeah.
It does look good. Michael, have you seen it?
Nope. Probably won't. Doesn't really interest me at all.
No worries. And Mike, have you seen it or looking forward to watching it?
Not yet, but I do really want to see it.
Right. Winslow says definitely planning on checking out The Big Sleep and just more Howard Hawks in general. Ah, that's good to hear. Isn't Howard Hawks that film that Bruce Willis did?
That was Hudson Hawk.
Hudson Hawk. Oh dear.
That's a weird film.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's the film with him with like the hat on with the sunglasses, isn't it? I've seen the front cover of it. We have Rehan here saying, please don't ignore me. We're not ignoring you, mate. We're just going in order, so it will take a little while. Don't worry about that, mate. Just put your comments in the comment section down below, and we'll get back to you, mate. We've got AJ here saying, I didn't like Smile Bumper. That's cool, mate. I can't remember. Did you do a review for it or not? Rogue says, the original Top Gun is the most homoerotic movie ever.
I have heard that joke, but before, definitely. I think I first heard that joke in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged Bonds Beyond Time movie.
The volleyball sequence definitely is. We've got Mike here saying, what's the worst movie you've all seen respectively in the year 2022? Quite a few I can think of. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, I think for me, thinking about it now, probably Secrets of Dumbledore.
I actually like that. I get why you don't like it, but I thought it was all right.
Yeah. But saying that, I think 2022 has been really solid, to be honest. There's not really been that many bad movies. I wouldn't say I've seen something that is god-awful. But I think for me, that's one of the weaker ones, definitely. That and Lightyear for me have not really been that impressive. But now that I think about it, I did find Secrets of Dumbledore a bit of a struggle. Not god awful, but it's just I think that's one of the movies that has the most flaws for me.
Yeah, for me, I find that film was a great cure for insomnia. It's just Apparently, they've ditched the Fantastic Beasts franchise altogether now. Apparently, there's like a rumor going about that Warner Brothers have ditched it and they want to make some more Harry Potter films, which is kind of interesting.
I can see why, because A, it hasn't reviewed well. B, I don't think it done well financially in the box office because a lot of people just were reading the reviews and or just didn't like the second one and didn't bother to go see it, and a lot of them boycotted it because they recast Johnny Depp. Which after seeing the film myself, I don't like the new Grindelwald that they used. He wasn't the best.
What about you, Ian? What are some of your worst films you've seen this year?
Yeah, I know this sounds. You see, I don't get out that much, so I don't go to cinema. And I tend to just aim to watch films that I know I'm going to like. And I can't, to be honest, I mean, I've liked everything that I've watched this year. I tend to like things. I just really can't think of any things. I know a release that did get a lot of stick. Was it Moonfall? Did that come out this year?
Yeah. Roland Emmerich.
I'm a big Ali Berry fan, which probably puts me right down. But it wasn't as bad as people made out. It was a really good, enjoyable movie, and I'm really glad to have it in my collection. You know, I know it got a lot of stick, and people saying, "Oh, it's terrible, it's the worst thing going." But I can think of a lot worse films that I've seen in past than that. But this year, because I've got this thing now, I don't want to be wasting my time watching films that I know I'm not going to like. So I haven't really watched anything that I don't really like. Or some things I might not like as much, but I still would like them. They'll still go in collection. I can't think of anything really. The there's films I've wanted to see that I haven't, I haven't got round to seeing yet. But I'm going to like all the films. I know it's like, Smile. I know I'm going to like that. I'm going to really enjoy that. So I can't see anything negative, really, to be honest. I just feel like the Dumbledore film. I'm just not really interested. I've got the Harry Potter. I picked up Harry Potter. In fact, I only got into Harry Potter probably seeing it last year. I saw the 4K set. It was about 40 quid or something. It was an offer somewhere for all the films. I think it was a German one. And I thought, well, why not get them all? And I got them and really enjoyed it. And I can see why people enjoy it. And I'll watch it again. But generally, I don't think there is anything that I've really not liked. So that's it, really. I'm just not interested in those other ones. No, the spin-off.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael?
Well, I'm going to put a little twist onto this because there's a lot of movies that have come out this year that I have not seen, that I might want to see, or movies that I have no interest in. So I'm going to take it from movies that have already come out, but I've only ever seen for the first time this year. And my pick for that would be Monty Python's Life of Brian. I fucking despised it. I watched it for the first time. I was bored, and I was on my phone for the most of it. And I just did not like it whatsoever. As a first introduction to Monty Python, it was shit. I then went and watched The Holy Grail. That was a bit better, but not by much. So, not the biggest Monty Python fan now.
That's fair enough, mate. I can remember, I think it is The Life of Brian. They have aliens pop up halfway through the film, which completely took me off guard.
No, I don't think it was Life of Brian. Life of Brian is the one where Brian gets mistaken to be a messiah.
It's either that one or the Holy Grail. It's one or the other of them. And it just popped up and I was like, wow, I did not expect that.
Yeah, there are aliens in Life of Brian. Yeah.
That is Life of Brian.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Probably it was probably Jurassic Park for me. I just didn't like it at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I can understand that. A lot of people were very disappointed in that film. For me, it's going to be Thor: Love and Thunder. Could not stand that film. It was an absolute cringe fest. The humor did not work for me. The screaming goats, Russell Crowe with his awful Italian accent. Oh my days! Oh, the film.
There was a scene cut from it where Zeus was talking with Thor about how to control his weapon, I think, because I seen that leaked on TikTok, and I think that should have stayed in the movie, to be fair. But I didn't mind it as much. I think Christian Bale as Gore the God Butcher was fantastic. Would have loved to see more of him.
Very, very underutilized. Both him and Natalie Portman were. Yeah. Russell Crowe, we didn't need him to talk about orgies, but for some reason he did. It's just a very baffling decision from him, and it was too heavy on the CGI. I thought a lot of it was very CGI heavy.
I didn't notice it. That's one of the things I heard about it when I watched it when it came out on Disney Plus. I barely noticed it.
I think when they re-released it on Disney Plus, they cleaned up some of the CGI, because I know when it came out in cinemas, a lot of people were complaining about how rough it looked.
Yeah.
We have Rehan here saying, I love the film Smile. That's good to hear, mate. Glad you enjoyed it. We've got David Beach here saying, good evening, guys. Today is my birthday. Hope you're all good. Happy birthday, David. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Shame about EastEnders actor Arthur Fowler and Leslie Phillips. What's your memories of them? Yeah, I heard about the guy who played Arthur Fowler. He passed away yesterday. He was in EastEnders for a good 10 to 15 years, I think. Yeah, very good actor. I've seen some of the classic EastEnders episodes. Very good in that. Leslie Phillips been in a lot of stuff. most notably the Carry On films, and playing the Salt and Hat and Harry Potter is probably most what a lot of us younger people will remember him for. But fantastic actor, been in some great stuff. A film library of over 200, so yeah, great age and sadly missed. What about you, Andy?
I think you've said it perfectly, Pete. I can't really add anything to it. Yeah.
What about you, Ian?
Yeah, Leslie Phillips. What can you say? He's just somebody who I remember going right back in 60s, and then he sort of changed his career, didn't he, to some
He
extent?
got more serious
Getting
when he got
away
older.
from that role, yeah, and that was good. He's perhaps underrated in what he actually did as an actor, and I think he proved himself. Let's say with changing his career, that's really good. Really, that he did that. EastEnders, I do remember way back. Yeah, him being in EastEnders, the other bloke. Yeah, got his name. Yeah.
Yep. Ding dong. My mum's just said the catchphrase. Ding dong. Yeah,
Yeah,
Leslie
ding
Phillips
dong.
said that.
That's yeah.
What about you, Michael? Any memories or thoughts of Fowler and Leslie Phillips?
I've nothing more to really say. You said everything perfectly.
Yep. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, same. Everyone's sort of said what I was thinking as well. So yeah, nothing more to say.
We've got bumpers saying nice one, Niaz. Awesome. We've got Rehan saying my name is Rehan. Or yep, mate. Bob says, Niaz, you don't need permission to ask a question, fire away and the guys will answer them. Yep, just put it in the comment section, mate, and we'll get back to you. We'll just take a little while. We get lost in the chat, mate. Nothing to worry about. Right. We've got Mac tonight saying, name me some of your movie crushes. Oh, that's a good question. Do you want to go first, Ian?
I'm just trying to think. Let's see. Caroline Munro. She pops up everywhere in Hammer films and later films and other films, and she still she does a lot of conventions and things like that. She's still very much she's not ashamed of her history. She contributes a lot already. But Caroline and Dinah Rigg. Rigg.
Yeah.
Oh wow, fantastic! I mean, she's such a great career she had, but she was in the Avengers. She was just fantastic, and in Bond film. What can I say? Dinah Rigg. A modern one. Trying to think. Can't think of a modern one at the moment. I probably can. I'll tell you what I like as an actress, but I like Emily Blunt a lot. I think she's really good. I watched that was a film I forgot that I mentioned. I had actually watched. Was The Girl on the Train, and it's down as a sort of thriller and what have you. And what a tremendous film that was! Her performance in that just knocked me over. I just thought because it had undercurrents of like a horror film, but it wasn't classed as a horror film. But her performance was just outstanding because in the two films done, Quiet Place.
Quiet Place, yeah.
Tremendous in that. But she is a really good actress. I've seen her in a few other things, but that just stood out recently. I really like her.
She was good in last year's Jungle Cruise. I thought she was very entertaining in that.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Oh, how long have you got? There's quite a few I like. I think from sort of like the modern era for me is definitely Florence Pugh. I think it's fantastic. Anna Taylor-Joy is great. Anything with Jodie Comer for me. But yes, some of the ones for me growing up, probably Winona Ryder and Christina Ricci. Yeah, definitely for me.
Some great picks there, Andy. What about you, Michael?
I am struggling to come up with some. I have really bad memory when it comes to remembering names and movies and that. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to skip this question.
No worries, mate. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've always had a bit of a soft spot for Jennifer Connelly. Even now, I think she's still great. Florence Pugh is another one. And also there's an actress called Alison Brie. She's not like a very famous actress, but she's in like a lot of TV shows like Mad Men and Glow, and yeah, she's great.
Some top picks there. For me, where shall we begin? Kate Blanchett is probably one. I do like Jessie Buckley. I do think Florence Pugh's really good as well. Who am I thinking else? Zendaya, and there's somebody else who I'm thinking, and I can't remember them at all. But quite a few, shall I say. We've got Rehan saying, please can I join your box? We'll get you on sometime in the future, mate. No worries. He also continues to say he's got a favour to ask to Bumper, and Bumper's asking why. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying, anyway, the past 3 weeks in uni, we are doing sound design, and I've discovered I have a natural talent to the skill. Don't underestimate how heavy booms are.
I can agree, as I did do a year in film school back in 2016. So, yeah, boom poles can be very annoying.
We've got DVD from Film Bloke here saying, hi, everyone, and welcome back to Mike. Hey, mate.
Cheers, mate.
We've got Rehan saying, ask Play Nintendo, please can I join his box? You can join in the future, mate. We'll definitely get you on sometime. Don't worry. David says, are you buying a TV show, The Young Ones, when it's coming out on Blu-ray for the first time? I haven't got The Young Ones on DVD. I've only seen a couple of episodes of it. I may go for it. It's not too bad for 20 quid, but I'm not in no hurry to get it. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've just got it on DVD. I'm just going to stick with that. I don't really tend to upgrade TV shows to Blu-ray unless it's like a first time buy.
Yeah, I don't think the upgrade will be that much difference between the two anyway.
I can't imagine it being super, being a super leap. Yeah.
What about you, Ian?
What I do like about The Young Ones is that the music and the groups that they add on.
Yeah.
But I don't think I need possibly to upgrade. I don't know. I have to think about it. I think if I saw it a bargain anyway, I'd probably upgrade. But I think the DVD's fine, really, at the moment. Yeah, definitely. It's not something I'm in a hurry. But if I saw it cheap, you can't resist a bargain, then I probably would upgrade,
Yeah, of course. I should imagine you'll probably be able to pick up the DVD if you haven't got it quite cheaply in a charity shop or online.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
What about you, Michael?
Never even heard of it.
No. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I've got it on DVD, and I don't reckon it, and I don't think I need to upgrade it. I think, like you said, Pete, I just don't think it'll look that much different. I think it'll be like with the Faulty Towers when that came out on Blu-ray, because I think a lot of people complained about that, saying that it wasn't really an upgrade.
It was very minimal upgrade.
Mm.
We've got David saying, yeah, we've just gone through this, David. It's the 40th anniversary of the Young Ones TV show. Yeah, it is. It's amazing how time flies. We've got Josh here from Classic Review saying, hey all. Hey Josh, hope you're doing well, mate. Rehan says, please send me the link to the box, please. Rehan will get you on in the future, mate. I'll have to get you on sometime, but not tonight, mate. Max says, what are some of your favourite bad films? Oh, I've got quite a few.
I've got one offhand.
Go on then, Michael. What's yours?
Queen of the Damned.
Is that the sequel to Interview with the Vampire? Or am I
It
thinking-
is, yes. I love Interview with
Alia.
Vampire.
Alia, is it?
Yeah,
Is it Alia in Queen of the Damned?
yes. It was
Yeah,
her last movie
fantastic.
before she passed, sadly passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it as a kid and I loved it. It actually has Paul McGann in it, so that's an instant 10 out of 10 for me. But it's nowhere near. It basically tries to cram the backstory of Lestat as well as what the third book in one movie, poorly, might I add. But I still liked this interpretation of Lestat, and I enjoyed the movie. The music, though, the music slaps. Like it got a lot of great musicians in to do it. Like I think the lead singer of Disturbed does a lot of the vocals. I know Chester Bennington from he was in it. He done some vocals for it as well for some of the songs. So it is bad, but it still holds a nice little place in my heart. So that's why I'm picking that one.
Oh, very cool pick there, Michael. Do you want to go next, Andy?
Yeah, there's a few for me. I think the two big ones are obviously The Room and Samurai Cop. They're hilariously bad. Supergirl is one I quite enjoy. Superman 4 is one I enjoy. I actually like Batman and Robin.
Yeah,
I like that one too. Yeah.
As awful as that film is, it's so entertaining for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, they're just some of mine.
Top picks there, Andy. Ian, what about you?
The one that stands to mind, and I don't think it's a bad film, but most of critics and people, is Catwoman. Halle Berry. Absolutely love it. I can never understand why there's so much hate towards this film. It's a great, entertaining film. Sharon Stone's in it as well. I mean, it's such a good film. For me, it is. But I know people have things about why they don't like it. I love it. They're going about the CGI and all that sort of stuff. She's great in it. But I am biased. I'm a Halle Berry fan. But Catwoman, I reviewed it even because I love it. I've watched it, I don't know how many times. I absolutely love it. But yeah, so many people think it's an absolute calamity and the worst thing that's happened. Yeah. But there we are. It's funny because Moonfall happens. She happens to be in that as well. She's another one that is all calamity. But yeah, Catwoman would stand out. And I haven't seen Batman and Robin. But I've got a feeling I'm going to actually enjoy Batman and Robin. It's the one I am saying. That's the one that everybody slags off. Yeah. And I've got a feeling that I may well like that one. I'm not a fan of George Clooney, funny enough, but Arnie's in it. And I know it might be terrible, but I love Arnie. And when you see Arnie in something, you just have to love it.
I mean, so, he dials the ice puns up to a 10, but he's still pretty good in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's very cheesy. It's kind of reminiscent of the 60s Batman TV show. So if you like that, you'll like
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brought up on that.
Yeah. Yeah, good choice for Catwoman. I am a big Halle Berry fan, but I could not get on with that film.
Oh, it's a great film.
But I'm glad you enjoy it, mate. It's great to hear.
I've seen it when I was a kid. I enjoyed it. I haven't seen it since, but it is an alright film.
I keep forgetting Sharon Stone's in it, but
yeah, fantastic. You can't go wrong with Sharon Stone, can you?
Not in Basic Instinct, you can't.
No.
I forgot about Sharon Stone. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably know mine, but it's the Super Mario Brothers movie from the early 90s. I just love that movie.
It is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it since I was a kid, but I definitely did enjoy it.
Yeah, I love it.
So my question is, how are you looking forward to the new Mario movie that's coming out?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the game, so I like the fact that it is looking a lot more like the games. I'm quite curious to see what it's like, but I just have a huge nostalgic place in my heart with the one from the 90s.
Yeah. How do you feel with Chris Pratt as Mario and his voice from the snippet that we've seen so far?
I don't know. I guess I'll just have to wait and see the whole film. I mean, just haven't really heard enough yet to know what it's going to be like. But I'm not the biggest Chris Pratt fan, to be honest.
Yeah, I've swung that way. At first, I didn't mind him because I actually liked the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and now as it's gone on, I'm like, okay, maybe he is a bit of a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mario, and I can't wait until this new film comes out. I see the trailer for it, and I love it. I think it perfectly captures the whole game. I think Jack Black's going to be brilliant, at least as Bowser. And I think, is it Keegan-Michael Key? I thought he was pretty good as Toad as well.
Toad, yeah.
Yeah, the trailer looked wonderful. The CGI, perfect. The post artwork. Still a bit unsure about Charlie Day and Chris Pratt, but I think it'll be all right. I think it'll be all right because Nintendo's really tough and firm on this one. They are. They've had more of a creative input.
Yeah, after the failure of the original Mario movie, they are more hands-on with this type of stuff.
Yeah. For me, the bad films I enjoy, The Mummy 2017 with Tom Cruise. I had a really fun time with that. It's nowhere near as good as the first two Mummy films with Brendan Fraser, but it's basically just Mission Impossible with a supernatural theme. I had a lot of fun with it. Super Mario Brothers movie, wasn't that keen on first, even though I was expecting it not to be very good. Went for it again, really enjoyed it. A lot of fun. Great to see Dennis Hopper there. Double Dragon, so bad but so entertaining. And what else can I think of? Oh, I can't think of any more, but those ones will do.
Yeah, I do have a video suggestion for the pair of you then. I'm not sure if you are aware of the YouTuber Gaming Historian. He covers a lot of history of the video games. He actually made a video going over the behind the scenes of the original Super Mario Bros. Movie, and it's a very interesting watch. So I'd highly recommend it.
I think I may have seen it. I know a few stories about it. I know Bob Hoskins had enough and he was pissed half the time on it.
Yeah. And the two directors, they'd only directed music videos at the time, and they were constantly arguing back and forth over the amount of script rewrites that it went through before we got the final product.
Yeah. It was a mess. It definitely was. And it also didn't help that the Mushroom Kingdom looked like the set of Blade Runner.
Yeah.
We have Rehan here saying, Playtendoguy, please don't ignore me. Not ignoring you, mate. Don't worry. We've got Brett here saying, watch you guys. Hope you're all well. Hey, Brett. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Thanks for joining tonight. We have Rogue here saying there's two ways of recording audio in a film. There's analog, which is when the sound recorded equipment is directly plugged into the camera. The fault is you cannot stop recording until you cut the power.
Yeah.
And there's digital, where you can stop recording, but you have to manually sync the audio to the footage.
Yeah, I remember having to do a lot of syncing audio to when I was editing some of the works that we made in college. It got very tedious, but I mean, I had a pretty decent sound engineer teacher, so I didn't mind it, despite hating the course itself. I think I only really got on well with the sound engineer teacher as well as the editing teacher, which goes figure because I love editing.
Very cool. Next up, we have the brilliant Dr. Impossible. He says, namely, a William Goldman script that made you realise how good a script writer he was. Oh, and no Google searching, otherwise it's the last call in the dark in cinema. Evening, Dr. Impossible, and I'm afraid I will have to search online because I'm terrible at these names.
And I won't be answering this question because I do not know that this person, as I don't think I've seen any of his films. So take it away, lads.
Well, first
The
up,
only
straight
one.
away, I can see he's done Misery, so I'm going to say Misery.
Yeah, that's what I
Fantastic
was
film.
gonna say.
Loved it,
Misery.
so that's mine. Mike,
Yes.
you were going to say?
Yeah, I mean, without Google searching, the only one I knew was Misery, but maybe there's others. I'll have a little search.
Andy, have you got one?
Oh,
You're muted, Andy.
yeah.
You're muted, Andy. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't use Google. I used IMDb.
That's one way.
Yeah. No, I'd probably have to go with The Princess Bride.
Haven't seen that either.
Yeah.
Nice sort of pick
What's
there.
more? Yeah.
I could see he's also done All the President's Men. I enjoyed that film as well. That's a pretty top one. Ian?
Misery, without a doubt, great film. One of the best Stephen King adaptations, but great performances in the film. Everything about that film is class. I love it.
Yeah, it's on my ever-growing list of movies that I have still yet to watch.
I have watched it for the first time about a couple of months ago. Incredible. Loved it. One of my
Yeah,
favourite
I have
Stephen
heard
King
great things about
adaptations.
it. So it's definitely I think it's on Netflix, or it might have been
So,
taken off recently. So,
either way, you're in for a treat, mate.
yeah.
And Mikey, you got any other picks other than Misery or not?
There's one movie with Clint Eastwood called Absolute Power. I think that's a really underrated movie.
Oh, that's the one from the late 90s, isn't it? Is that the one got Gene Hackman in it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie.
Oh, let's give that one a go. Right. DVD and Film Bloke says, I saw a film called In the Name of the Father, which was phenomenal. Haven't heard of that one. Have you guys heard of it?
Rings a bell.
Is that the one where the bombers, from Guildford and Birmingham? Is that the one? In the Name of the Father? I think it is.
Daniel Day-Lewis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an excellent film. Yeah. Excellent film. That it's very good. It really captures what happened, I think, in that particular period in history. Yeah. Is that Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah.
Daniel, yeah.
Oh, he's a phenomenal actor.
Yeah. If you haven't seen that film, it's well worth seeing, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, you seen it, Andy?
Yeah. It's really good.
Mike?
Yeah, great film.
He also says, I saw Jackass 2.5 and 3.5, which were both fun. Not as good as the actual films, but enjoyable enough. I've seen 2 and 3, but I've never seen these 0.5 films. What are they, like, deleted scenes or something?
Extended, I think it's like extended scenes on some of them, I think. Because I know I have Scary Movie 3.5, and that says it's like an extended edition. So that's what I'm assuming those 2 Jackasses are.
Yeah. Andy, what about you? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've not seen the 0.5 ones. But yeah, I love the Jackass movies. They're hysterical. Yeah.
Oh, still need to see the new one. I've heard great things about it. I know you enjoyed it, Andy.
Yeah, it's great, the 4th one. Yeah.
We've got Mac tonight saying steelbooks or plastic cases?
Steelbook.
Steelbook for you and
Yeah.
Michael.
Even though I have, I think, 3 steelbooks in my collection. 3 steelbooks. Just going off of when I used to be heavily collecting video games. If it had a steelbook, I would get it. I mean, like I found a couple of months back, actually, it was Call of Duty Black Ops, the original on Xbox 360 steelbook for €2 in a charity shop.
Very good deal. Nice. I do collect steelbooks for games, mainly because they come with them and they're not really that much more expensive. But for me, I prefer plastic cases for both films and games, mainly because you have to pay a little bit extra for them. And to be honest, I kind of prefer the normal artwork that you do get on a plastic case. And I do think, especially if you go for 4K steelbooks, 30 quid, a bit too much for me.
Yeah,
Even though
that I
some
do
of the
agree on
artwork
that.
is nice.
Yeah, like I don't often pick up steelbooks for movies because I never really pick up new releases. The only new release I actually picked up was today. I got in from Amazon of Power of the Doctor Blu-ray. But I seen somewhere, I think it was Reddit in the r/Doctor Who subreddit, where someone posted a picture of the actual artworks for like all the modern Doctor Who steelbooks, and they look really, really nice.
They do. Yeah, you can get some incredible looking steelbooks, and then you can get the steelbook that released for Nobody last year, which just looked like a giant banana. It was that yellow. What about you, Andy?
I don't mind. I can take either or, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Ian?
Yeah, I'm sorry, really. I haven't got a lot of steelbooks. I've got all the Doctor Who animated stories on steelbook. They're really nice. And I've got a few like main films or of my favourite films, like Don't Look Now. I've got a steelbook of that on 4K, which is nice, and a few more in collection. But I don't. If I saw them cheap, I probably would get it. But plastic's fine because some of the covers, the artwork on the covers is really nice anyhow. So, you know,
Yeah.
but the artwork obviously is special. But I think sometimes they're taking people for a ride. I mean, more than, you know, charging even more than 30 quid, even that's a lot. Then, you know, it's getting, and when they go on eBay and then put them at ridiculous prices,
Yeah,
it's just wrong.
Yeah.
You know,
like some of the steelbooks for Doctor Who, for like the modern series ones, they go for like over €100
it's just
each.
ridiculous. Yeah.
It's madness. Now, if the question was, you know, steelbooks or slipcovers, then my answer would be slipcovers without a shadow of a doubt. I'm more inclined to pick something up if it has a slipcover than if it doesn't.
But I don't go mad if there isn't a slipcover. I don't, you know, like some people seem OCD about it. They start getting panic attacks that it's not got a slipcover. It's the film I'm interested in. The slipcover's a nice bonus, but if there isn't a slipcover, I'm not going to, you know, go mad about it. So what, you know, it's a film I want, you know.
Yeah, for me it kind of depends because the Transformers, the Michael Bay Transformers that I have on Blu-ray, the first one, that one was supposed to have a slipcover because it's literally just the front and the side of it is Optimus and Megatron, and that does irritate me a bit. I would have preferred if it came with a slip, but that's what you get when you order from CEX, I guess. But if there's no slip covers there, and it's supposed to come with a slip cover, as long as the artwork is fine, I'll pick it up regardless. But if there is a slip cover, I'm more inclined to pick that one up.
That's fair enough, mate. And what about you, Mike?
I used to be really into collecting steelbooks, but I've just kind of gone off it these days. I think like you said, Pete, it's the prices of them that just put me off. I feel like you should get a bit more for the price you pay for them, but yeah, I don't know, it's not enough for me anymore. So I tend to just buy regular plastic or slipcover Blu-rays.
Yeah, to be fair, I find some of the artwork on like the slipcovers and Amarays look much nicer than some of the steelbooks.
Yeah.
And then you get steelbooks, on the back of them, you'll get hordes of credits taking up the bottom half of the steelbook, and I'm just like, that kind of spoils it. Next up, we've got Josh here saying, watched Evil Dead 1981 today for the first time and kind of hated it. Please don't hurt me, lol. Personally, I felt that I didn't have an aim in mind and I didn't know what it wanted to say. That's fair enough, mate. The film is definitely not for everyone. It can be quite aged for especially a lot of new people watching it, but you give it a go and that's all you can do.
Yep.
You maybe like the second one more because that seems to be a much more better film. Yeah, nothing to worry about there. We've got DVD from Film Bloke there saying, I saw Lifeboat, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, was a, I'm going to say it right, which was good. I have a Hitchcock DVD set from World of Books on the way, plus I want to get a few Hitchcocks from the premium collection. Is there Hitchcocks on the premium collection? I didn't realise there was.
Yeah.
Might be a few, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, I think there's The Wrong Man, To Catch a Thief, Suspicion, I think is the other one.
oh,
Yeah,
that's
there's
pretty
about
good.
3 or 4 of them, yeah.
I know that the premiums are on 2 for 15 now, DVD from Film Bloke, so that's a perfect time to get them, but oh, that sounds cool, getting into the Hitchcock. Have any of you seen Lifeboat here?
I haven't seen a single Hitchcock film. I own The Birds on DVD,
Oh, Birds
but
is
I just
brilliant.
haven't gotten around to seeing any of his movies yet.
Mike, you said you've seen it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like the whole movie just takes place on a lifeboat, as the title suggests, and it's quite surprising how tense the movie is, despite the fact that it only literally takes place on a boat with a handful of people. But it's pretty good.
Oh, that's good. And Andy, you seen it?
Yeah, it's really good. I really like it. It's pretty much like it's like this group of people on this lifeboat, and they help someone out of the water, and they find out that he's like a German Nazi, and they're having a big debate on whether they should kill him or not.
I think I might have seen this film before because it's ringing a bell now. Yeah, I think I might have seen it.
It's really good. It's a really, really good early Hitchcock movie. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, sounds brilliant. You seen it, Ian?
No, I don't think so. I have got. I picked up a bargain. I got this Blu-ray set of all Hitchcock films, which has got Birds in it and Psycho, and I did get a 4K Psycho version. And it's got all some of his earlier stuff right through to sort of later stuff, and it's quite good. Undoubtedly, he's a massively influential director. He's, I mean, Psycho, such a influential film. It must have, a lot of people watched that, and it just changed their look about what can be done, in that shower scene in terms of horror and just filming in general. Like, such an amazing film. But as a director, there's no doubting his talent. I really rate him highly. But I've not. He's did such a lot of films. I've not seen that one.
Oh. DVD from Football, of course, says I saw The Toxic Avenger in class of Nukem High. Nukem High was really fun. In fact, I think it's underrated. He also says Toxic Avenger was ungodly mean-spirited. I knew it was going to be un-PC, but it feels like they were trying hard to shock. The redeeming part of Toxic Avenger was that I was so stupid it became embarrassing. Me and my friends, I was watching it, enjoyed taking the piss out of it. You guys seen them two films, Toxic Avengers and Nukem High?
Never heard of them.
Are they the Trauma films? I've not.
Yeah.
I don't think I've
I
seen
think they're
them.
Trauma. Toxic Avenger.
Yeah, I've not seen them. No.
You seen them, Andy?
I've seen Toxic Avenger, but I've not seen Class of Nukem High. But DVD and Film Bloke spot on about Toxic Avenger. It's one of the most mean-spirited movies you'll ever see. Everybody in it is an arsehole. To put it quite bluntly, it's every character is just nasty in it. Yeah.
Oh wow. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, just Toxic Avenger, and yeah, like Andy said, it's very mean.
We have the viewer Drew saying, "Don't worry, darling, wasn't as bad as people say, but the eventual twist was horrible. I hate that twist with a passion. I have heard people who like and hate the twist, but I don't know what it is."
I didn't mind it, to be honest. I thought it was all right.
I'll have to give it a go. DVD before Bloker says, I found out Traumaville is basically Springfield. Okay. Dr. Impossible says, is Ian in the balance of how his face is literally on fire as my screen? Is this the start of spontaneous human combustion? My God, he's burning on my screen. What?
It's this light, the lamp. Yes, watching too many Hammer films.
Sin Jin says Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Bruce said it was.
I disagree.
Is it? Lethal Weapon's a Christmas film as well, isn't it? You could say, because it starts off with a Christmas song playing and it's set at Christmas.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I've never seen any at Lethal Weapon films. Never.
They're good fun.
Oh, they're really good.
Fun.
Yeah. I think Mel Gibson is somebody I've not it put me off a bit. I don't know why, but it stopped me watching some of his films. But I know I really should watch some of these films. I might get around to it.
Oh yeah.
It's got the Tom Cruise effect it's had on me.
Yeah.
But he's made a hell of a lot of films that people enjoy. But I just the Australian films, isn't it? The futuristic ones. I'm not seeing.
Mad Max.
I'm not seeing
Mad
any
Max,
of them. Yeah, the Mad Max. That's it. I'm not seeing any of them. Tina Turner's in one, which made me think.
The third one.
Yeah, but that's not supposed to be as good, is it?
It's
I think
all
that's
right.
the weakest one. I think.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the weakest one, but it's still entertaining enough.
Yeah.
And a great theme song by her as well.
Yeah. I'd like to see that, but I will get round to them maybe eventually.
Yeah.
There's such a lot of things to watch. You can't watch everything. Yeah.
Definitely so, Ian. I have piles and piles of sealed Blu-rays that are going to be watched eventually.
Yeah, with me, it's TV series that I suppose kind of sometimes distract me from films, but that's what
TV
happens.
series can be big asks, especially if you've got series upon series to watch.
Nowadays, at least, some of them are not as many episodes. Like you get 10 episodes, but in old days it was 25 episodes. It's a lot to go through. You think of them all, these episodes that you have to go through. It's a hell of a lot.
Go and buy Christmas films. I suppose, because it's set at Christmas, I wouldn't say it is a Christmas film, but as a set at Christmas, Enemy of the State, because Will Smith's buying Christmas presents for his wife. Yeah. DVD Even Filmberg says, Die Hard is a Christmas movie and you're objectively wrong if you say otherwise. I respect your opinion if you disagree, but you are wrong.
Everyone keeps saying it to me like, oh no, it is a Christmas movie. And I'm just like, it isn't. The more you say it's a Christmas movie, the more likely I am to never watch it. So I'm just never going to watch it. I have no interest in it. And it's not a Christmas movie. You can say it is all you like, but to me, it's not. That's just my opinion. But the more you say it, the more I'm never going to watch it. I will die on that hill.
Rogue Review says, don't hurt me, but I don't like Christmas movies in general. I never really clicked with any, the exception being the Polar Express. Oh, that's cool to hear, Nate.
I agree in some regards. Like, there's a lot of Christmas movies that I've probably seen and don't remember. The only ones that really stick out to me would be the Doctor Who Christmas specials, as well as Home Alone 1 and 2, Jim Carrey's The Christmas Carol, and the Polar Express as well.
For me, it's a Muppets Christmas Carol all the way.
Haven't seen it. I own it. I'll be watching it this Christmas for the first time. But never seen it before.
Are you in for a treat?
Yeah. Jingle All the Way as well.
Oh yeah.
I think I've seen that one.
That's good fun. I do like the Santa Claus films with Tim Allen, the first two. I think they're pretty good.
I think I've seen those as well.
DVD with Film Bloke says to Rogue, there's a lot of good film ones, but Christmas films have been diluted because of those crap Hallmark films.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
David says, do you think old films look good on 4K if it's an old film? I've heard from loads of people that old films, especially black and white films, look incredible in 4K. But what do you think, Andy?
I think the older the film, the better it's going to look on 4K. To be honest with you. It's like if an older film is getting released on 4K, look forward to it. Because I've heard from what I've seen with the few 4Ks I've seen, the older movies lend to 4K so much better than the newer ones, because the newer ones, even the Blu-rays, are still pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. Just before coming on live, I watched Keith from Euphoria Pictures unboxing and review of Casablanca. Yeah, and he said about it as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Ian?
I'll tell you a good film that is Wizard of Oz. I think it looks fantastic. You know, you see the black and white, and then when it goes into the colour, it's wonderful. You see 1939, excellent film. And, of course, the Universal ones, Frankenstein, Dracula, all these, they look fantastic. I think they're great. From 1930s films. I'm looking forward to a lot more Universal films. Some of them are sort of more obscure ones, are ones that were controversial, like Freaks. Todd Browning's Freaks. I can't wait to see that. Absolutely. Yes. What a film that was. Way ahead of its time.
Set.
Yeah. Freaks.
So you only get 4 on a box set in the Universal 4K
you do,
sets.
Yeah.
It's a bit cheeky, and they charge 60 quid for it, and I've got them 4 and another 4 on a box set for about 15 quid on Blu-ray.
It is. You need to look out for bag when they go cheap. Get them. Yeah. But stick with Blu-ray sets. I got the Blu-ray sets, like you get Frankenstein, Dracula, is it Wolfman? Yeah, I've got the Wolfman ones. They're okay, and they're nice in Blu-ray. You know, you get all sets and a lot cheaper. But you can see the 4K is just does something really good to them. You know, tremendous.
That's good.
They need to release them individually. They have, I think, done some individually. Because I've got Dracula, the Bela Lugosi. I picked that up really cheap in the Steelbook. Funny enough, really cheap. I think it was about 10 or something like that. And that's in 4K. And just it looks great. What can I say?
Very good deal there, Ian.
Yeah.
What about?
I know you just have to look around.
Yeah, you always got to look around. You never know where you're going to find a really good deal or not. You could just look online and not think about buying anything, and then buy a few things because they're on offer.
Yeah. I have to make mistakes. That's even better, isn't it? Amazon making mistakes. Wonderful.
I mean, that's how I ended up buying The Power of the Doctor, because I looked on it and on Amazon just to see how much it would be, and it was like £15. I'm like, okay, let me see how much that would be in euro. I was like €17.80. I'm like, okay, let me just check eBay and Golden Discs, which is kind of like our HMV, because Ireland doesn't have HMV. That closed down 10 years ago. But it was like €28 on Golden Discs before postage, and it was like €30 on eBay before postage. So I ordered it Monday, and it came this morning.
That's a really good deal.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of older films on 4K?
Yeah, I think older films in general just benefit more from 4K because most of the time they were shot on film, and I think when they were shot on film, there's just more. They've got more to work with when doing the restorations. I just think newer movies these days tend to be shot digitally, and they look good anyway on Blu-ray. But when you get them on 4K, they don't really tend to look all that different. Like the Marvel movies, for example, they're pretty. yeah, they're just not really anything special on 4K. But some of the older movies can look really, really nice.
Next up, got DVD from Filmboat says, also, yeah, I don't like the Polar Express either. It's the motion capture that did it. Yeah.
Yeah, the motion capture back for the Polar Express wasn't the best, but comparing it to Jim Carrey's A Christmas Carol, they used mocap for that movie as well, and it was fantastic. I watched it for my first Christmas review last year, and it still holds up. I even watched Jim Carrey acting as Scrooge doing the mocap, and it was phenomenal. I'd highly recommend it to anyone. It's on YouTube. Just look up A Christmas Carol mocap and watch it. It is amazing.
I didn't mind that Christmas Carol film, but I kind of thought with Jim Carrey there, you really didn't need the motion capture to do it because he'd be great live action.
I didn't actually know it was Jim Carrey for years. Like I had no, and even when I mentioned it to a few people, they said that's Jim Carrey. I had no idea.
He plays so many characters in that, like Tom Hanks plays loads in the Polar Express.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have Rogue Review saying, well, my uni documentary project I've been tasked with design. With being the sound designer, I can't wait for the weird looks from people whilst just recording the sound effects. Oh.
We had to do that as one of our first projects in Sound Engineer, where we're tasked to make a 2 to 5 minute movie just using sound. It was a very interesting task, to say the least.
All right. Sounds great, Broken. I hope it all goes well for you, mate. We've got Brett here saying, I like some Christmas themed pictures, but around Christmas I tend to mostly watch Christmas horrors, as I love horror. I also watch a few non-horror Christmas pictures as well. Another one I can think of at Christmas is Gremlins. Great film.
I own Gremlins. I own the first one on Blu-ray, and I own Gremlins 2 on DVD. And last year for Christmas, I actually got a Gremlins Christmas themed T-shirt. So I do plan to watch Gremlins for the very first time this year.
Oh, yeah, you're in for a treat as well. And the second one's a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, so I've heard, because I'm a big fan of the Game Chasers on YouTube, and Gremlins is one of Billy's one of the two guys that is in it is one of his favorite movies of all time. Like, I've seen some of the Gremlin action figures that you can get from like the 80s or hell even the new releases, and they look top notch.
Yeah, you can. Have you got any favorite Christmas horror films, Andy?
Black Christmas is great, the original one. Yeah, I'd have to say Gremlins as well. I wasn't really a big fan of Krampus, I've got to admit.
Yeah, I heard that was
still good, but I wasn't sold on that movie when I watched it. I just thought it was okay, to be honest. But yeah, they're the sort of the horror ones I've seen.
Ian, you got any Christmas horror films you recommend?
Black Christmas, definitely. I got that. And Gremlins. I mean, Gremlins. I went to see that at the cinema, so I remember when it came out. It was a fantastic film. I agree about Krampus. I'm glad I didn't buy that, because it's one of them I wasn't sure about, and I saw it on one of the streaming sites, and I thought it was disappointing. It wasn't what I expected, and I thought, well, I'm not going to get that. That's not going in my collection. Definitely not. But yeah, Gremlins and Black Christmas, definitely. Those two, excellent.
I'll have to check out Black Christmas. I know there's a remake and it's awful, isn't it?
There's a few remakes.
Apparently.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'm going to say Black Christmas and Gremlins as well. Yeah, they're both great.
Isn't there one called Silent Night, Deadly Night and it's Garbage Day or something? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard that's an interesting film.
they're
Quite
they're
bad
not
for
must
entertainment.
watches. Then they are what they are. The
Mm.
second one in particular is something. Let's just say that. Yeah.
Oh wow. Doctor Impossible says, "What's the most challenging film you've ever seen? Drama, thriller, sci-fi, or documentary that made you alter your opinion on life?" Spice Girls the movie. Oh dear, that's a hard question, Doctor Impossible.
That
Yeah.
really is. I'm trying to think of one, and I don't think I can come up with one.
I don't really know. Have you got one, Andy?
The most challenging film. I don't really know, to be honest. I'll say Blade Runner just because there's so many underlying themes going on in that movie that it just makes you really, really think.
Yeah.
Shall I say it just? Yeah, that movie's just a masterpiece for me. Even though Ridley Scott, even though Ridley Scott is never happy with like a whatever version he puts out, he's always changing it.
He's always doing.
Yeah, I have seen that because like I do own on DVD the final cut of the first one. Whether that really is the final cut, I don't fucking know because I have heard that Ridley Scott definitely does put out like different editions, like the director's edition, the final cut, and all that stuff. But I still have yet to watch a single Blade Runner film.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, you in for a treat with the first one. I need to watch the second one.
I've heard mixed feelings about the second one.
The second one's good. I like the second one.
I like it.
I like the second one.
Yeah, actually, Blade Runner's a really interesting film, isn't it? I never thought of that, but it's true because, in my opinion, Blade Runner is probably one of the greatest science fiction films ever made because its impact as a film, it just goes so deep and culturally. Everything about Blade Runner is just an amazing film. I remember I went to see it at cinema and just couldn't. Sometimes you sort of sit there and with my mouth open. I'm totally absorbed in it. That was obviously the one with the commentary on, with Harrison Ford doing his detective thing. But that you didn't think about it because you didn't know about all the different connotations. Though I did think it's funny because I did think that ending was a bit strange. It didn't seem to quite fit in with the rest of the film. And as we know, it was just shoved on. But it's a sort of film we had to go back and see it again. And everybody around you, again, it's one of them films that people around you were just, you could tell it was a life-changing film almost, and it still is. It's still, again, I've had about every edition I could get of Blade Runner. And, when I watched it in 4K, it just, again, was the same. It was just, it's still good. And you still see things in it that you think, wow, I never thought that before. And everything. I mean, it's funny because I was, it was just after the pandemic, and I managed to actually go outside. It was like 2 years had happened. And I went up the top of our street, and they had an electronic advert. I've never seen an electronic advert, where the advert goes on and off, shows you how far away behind we are around here. But I was absolutely amazed. It had gone up, and I thought Blade Runner straight away because of that opening scene that you see of the. You're just the thing. I thought our technology was starting to catch up with Blade Runner. It's just amazing. It's such a great film, fashion, culture, everything about it. Blade Runner. Music, of course, the Vangelis music. What can you say? Yeah.
You got any, Mike?
No, I'm really struggling with this one. I've just been looking through like my letterbox just to see if I could find a movie, but No, I'm really struggling to find anything.
Yeah, same here. I'm thinking about films. I even checked online what films that made me alter my opinion on life. Had no idea.
Yeah.
I'll just say the Angry Birds movie just for more fun. Edward says, "What's your favourite Kiefer Sutherland film or role?" Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I don't think I've seen anything with that person in, unless someone can list off a few things, and I'll see if they
He's
ring
been
a
in
bell.
the TV series 24 and obviously The Lost Boys, if you've seen
I
them.
haven't seen The Lost Boys. I own it. I still haven't seen it yet.
For me, I'm going to say Lost Boys, great film, and I'm also going to say him as Snake in Metal Gear Solid 5. He doesn't say a lot, but he does a good performance in that game.
Hmm.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, he's one of my favorite actors. I love the guy. Stand by Me is he's fucking immaculate in that film.
Still haven't seen it. I own it on Blu-ray. Still haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a wonderful film. A Time to Kill is one I absolutely love. Dark City is a massively underrated sci-fi movie. It's amazing, that film. Phone Booth, he's just so sinister in that film. The original Flatliners, I think, is great. Yeah, they're just some of the ones I can think of.
I forgot he was in Flatliners and Stand By Me, both fantastic films. Is Phone Booth the one with Colin Farrell in?
Yeah. He's done a lot of movies where Joel Schumacher's been the director. I think he's done like 6 or 7 movies with him.
I'll have to check that one out. I was going to watch it the other night and then I decided not to. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah.
Ian, have you got any picks?
I've got to say, Flatliners. Flatliners again. I was so pleased when Arrow put it out. I remember going to the cinema again to see Flatliners, and it means a lot. It's got a lot of personal things seeing that film. Absolutely love it. There were a lot of. I thought people were quite underwhelming in their reviews of Flatliners. They didn't seem that excited. I think because Lost Boys is such a almost iconic film to some extent in terms of in horror, and therefore it tended to get overshadow release of Life Force on not Life Force, sorry, Flatliners on 4K. So I think that's what happened. It just got overshadowed, and I thought it's great. What a cast as well. The other film I like him in is a film called Mirrors. He's really good in that, and the twist at the end of Mirrors is absolutely fantastic. I was just so bowled over when I watched Mirrors. Really enjoyable film. I don't know if you've seen it. It's really great.
There's a scene with the girl in the bath. That scene is horrific.
Yeah. It's a great film. It really is. And I just like that twist at the end. The twist at the end is great. Yeah. Fantastic.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. I haven't seen many other of his films, so thanks for that recommendation, Ian. You got any, Mike?
Dark City. It's one of my all-time favorite films, but I do have a soft spot for 24 as well. He's just so badass in that show.
There he is. You got any, Michael?
None.
No worries, mate. We've got Edward here saying, "What's your thoughts on, after almost 30 years, the full-length version of the Muppets Christmas Carol with deleted song When Love Is Gone is coming to Disney Plus?" Great to see it being added back in. I think it was on VHS, I think. So, yeah, I suppose that's a plus for Disney Plus. Maybe we could have a brand new physical release, Hey Disney, or even a 4K next year, you know? I know you don't like physical releases, Disney, but I'd get it. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think there's been such an outcry over that song being taken out. Because I think people just weren't happy that movie was altered. Because if you grew up with that movie, like myself, I hold it quite dear to me, and to see like a full song be taken out is a bit upsetting. Well, I'm glad Disney. I think this is more of a response to the fans that Disney have put it back in.
Yeah, it's good to see Disney's listening.
Yeah.
I'll give it a watch on Disney Plus this year.
Yeah.
Ian?
I've not seen it actually, but I remember the Muppets quite a lot on TV, and it was one of my dad's favourite shows. My dad absolutely loved it, and I seem to think he would have seen that film. It's something I will definitely come to. I might even be sooner. Definitely give it a look at that, and perhaps look a bit more Muppets, because there's some great things in Muppets. One there's a TV series, and the guests they had on, tremendous piece of history, I think, of television.
Oh, yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Love the Muppets. Michael, what about you?
Never seen the movie, so no comment from me.
And you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I know you can watch the scene on Disney Plus as like a special feature, because I think I did see it. But yeah, it's good that they're actually putting it back in the movie, and you can just watch the movie with it. So yeah, that's cool.
Oh, I didn't know it was a special feature. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We have Mac here saying, name me some of your favourite bands and artists from the 80s. I want some groovy hits. Okay. Do you want to go first, Ian?
So, name favourite bands?
And music artists from the 80s.
Oh God, it's such a favourite bands at 80s. A lot of mine just go over from late 70s.
Just say any favourite bands or music artists from the 70s.
Joy Division. Joy Division, absolutely. Talking Heads, but Talking Heads started from 70s, but they went into 80s. Joy Division, Talking Heads, Echo and the Bunnymen. Japan, I quite liked. I thought they were one of the best of that. Japan was such a good. You can't just typecast Japan into like being the new romantic. I wasn't as big a fan of new romantics. I'm more into indie, post-punk kind of things, or goth, Cure. We could go into all sorts, but those are my sort of favourites. And if you're into metal, then I would put Iron Maiden. Definitely. My son influenced me a bit more with Iron Maiden.
Great artists.
And female singers, I would put Kylie and Whitney Houston. Just totally different.
I totally agree with you.
Whitney Houston was fantastic, great voice, best voices
very
ever.
Talented.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree there. There's some great picks there, Ian. Michael, have you got any picks?
I would probably say Guns N' Roses and AC/DC, because that is what led me into the music that I'm into now, like bands like Avenged Sevenfold, Sleeping with Sirens, Pierce the Veil. Had it not been for me getting into the likes of AC/DC and Guns N' Roses and that, especially from playing like Burnout Paradise, that really helped with discover a lot of fantastic music from there. So yeah, my picks are going to be AC/DC and Guns N' Roses.
Top picks there, Michael. Andy, what about you?
Well, I just don't think there's any sort of bad music from the 80s, to be honest with you.
No,
there's nothing I can say is pretty bad. I think the whole decade was just awesome for music and movies, to be honest.
Especially some of Michael Jackson's work from the 80s.
Yeah,
really
the Thriller and the Bad album were just awesome. There's just too many bands and artists to reel off. It's just such a huge plethora. It's ridiculous how good music was in that decade. It's my favorite decade for music.
And mine's 70s.
Yeah.
The 70s, it has everything. Right from the beginning of you get classic rock with our classic bands, Led Zeppelin, and you get Pink Floyd, and all that era. And you've got the soul music, and you've got beginning reggae comes in, then you've got punk, new wave, some great singers, soft rock, folk rock. It's all in there in the 70s, and it became such an influence, I think, into 80s. Without the 70s, the 80s.
Yeah, without a
been
shadow,
where they are.
without music from the 70s,
70s
we
are just-
wouldn't have
yeah.
any
I
of
mean,
the.
heavy metal wouldn't have been the same. You wouldn't have had the same without all the
yeah, without a
classic
shadow
hard
of a
rock
doubt.
bands.
Yeah, without a
Free
shadow
and
of a doubt.
people like that. Black Sabbath, right,
Black
going
Sabbath,
back to the
Ozzy
70s.
Osbourne.
Yeah. And punk, of course. Punk, definitely. And Talking Heads in America, television, Blondie, and some great bands. You know, Americans had some good bands as well. But it was a height of so many great bands in this country in the 70s that influenced everything. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. There's so many great bands. I'll name a few: Queen, Blondie, Dire Straits, Spandau Ballet, even Wham. Singers, Carly, I suppose. Pat Benatar. So many to name. So many wonderful singers. It was truly a very special decade of such creativity in music that unfortunately you don't see these days. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, but I think one of my favorite bands from the 80s, I think they're quite underrated, although they do have a lot of popular songs. But I love Toto. I mean,
Yeah.
I know they did. Everyone knows them for Africa, but that song probably represents them the least. Like they've just got so much other great music, and yeah, they're one of my favorites.
Yes, I like. Is it Hold the Line? That was pretty good.
Yeah, Hold the Line, Rosanna. Yeah, so many great songs.
We've got Bumpus Movie saying Dead by Dawn is an Australian film. I think it's about these flying ghost spirits, if I remember rightly. We've got Rogue Reviews saying Nashville is my favourite Altman, but I've only seen Macabre and Miss Miller and Nashville.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Rogue says the perfect time to watch Macabre and Miss Miller is a cold winter's day. The tone fits well with the film. Oh, so pretty much really soon then. Cool.
Yeah. It's got Warren Beatty in it.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Dr. Impossible says Bud Bacchetti, name me a film which starred or directed in and your thoughts on this underrated director. Time for my good old friend Google to come into play. You got any picks, Andy?
I'm just having a check now.
I haven't seen anything from him. Though I do like the name of the film, The Tall T, so I'll say The Tall T because I like the name of the title. Yeah.
So,
You got any, Michael?
Never even heard of him.
Ian?
No, I've not heard of him.
You seen any there, Andy?
As a director, I've not seen anything by him. No, nothing.
No. And you, Mike?
There's a few that I recognize, but the only one I think I have seen that apparently he starred in was Tequila Sunrise. But then I wasn't the biggest fan of that movie anyway, but that's literally the only one I recognize.
Yeah, that's the only film I recognise, but I haven't seen that one yet. But wow. Next up, we've got Bristolian Dave here saying, all right, me babbers. Long time no see. Hey, Dave. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
Hey, Dave.
It's been a while, so it's DVD from Film Bloke. We have Jason, the old millennial, here saying, hey, guys, hope everyone is doing well. I hope you enjoyed your trip to America, Mike. I'd like to hear a conversation between an English accent and a Southern accent. Thanks for joining, Jason. Right, we have Brett here saying round Christmas, I'll watch Black Christmas 74, Black Christmas 2006, All Through the House While She Was Out, Inside 2007, Silent Night 2012, Sint, Anna and the Apocalypse, Red Christmas, Krampus, Grinch, and Home Alone 2. Very good selection there, Brett. Comments have gone weird. Rogue says, I own the Kansas City and the Long Goodbye on Arrow Academy. Gonna watch them on eventual Altman binge. Very nice. We have Matt V Movies here saying good evening. Good evening, Matt. Hope you're well. Dr. Impossible says Robert Altman, Brewster, McLeod, and MASH, and maybe Elliot Gould and George Segal in California Split. Very nice. I have to admit, California Split kind of sounds like a really nice dessert.
Yeah.
Bricelli Dave says, hey, DVD before blog, it has been so busy with work. How are you, mate? Edward says, what's your thoughts on Disney denying physical media collectors yet again? It seems to be Disney's thing. They want to try and focus on that Disney Plus, putting everything on there, and see how they run. Don't think that did very well in cinemas, but they put it on there and they ain't going to release out in physical. I've heard Barbarian isn't getting a physical, but it might be now. Why can't we just have both Disney? Also subscribe to you, just release them probably in just fewer quantities, but I can imagine you'd get a lot of business for physical if you release them, especially if you do nice collector's editions. I'm pretty certain Disney's the only publisher that don't do special editions for 4Ks like what Warner Brothers do. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, Disney are really pissing me off, to be honest. I think Disney Plus is garbage, to be honest. There's not even everything Disney on there. You know, they're holding back on a lot of titles from Disney that are really good that aren't even on the service. And the physical releases we're getting from them are shockingly bad. Absolutely awful, the effort that's going into them. But even down to the cases, it's just horrendous. I can't say anything good about them. They're just awful. The effort they're putting in to physical, it's shockingly bad. I can't say anything fairer than that.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you there, mate. What about you, Ian?
What worries me about all this is that because we've seen a big explosion in other companies setting up streaming services, and there's things like Netflix, is that there isn't enough room for everybody in the market eventually, and especially at this time, as we people in these economically difficult times, are going to be more choosy. And I think there's almost an arrogance about Disney that they'll say, well, we're the best and people are going to choose us. And it may well be. I mean, Netflix are under a lot more pressure now. They thought they had it, but they haven't got it. And then Paramount, we've seen theirs. It hasn't been that much of a success. No, there's all these other ones. So in a certain way, Disney could end up controlling a lot of the streaming market, and that is not going to be a good thing, is it, for physical media in the end? I mean, as a Doctor Who fan, I should be jumping up and down, and to some extent I am, but there are worrying implications even there, because we know the BBC in the future won't be the BBC as it is now. The BBC's, well, I don't say it's finished, but it's going to have to change in many ways, and it won't be the same force anymore. And it's going to live on its past, basically, the BBC.
Yeah.
That's all it can do.
You never know.
And so Disney are going to be a big force, aren't they? And it isn't good, is it? What's happened? It's
everything
worrying.
Up they are.
Yeah. There's going to be almost like a monopoly of Disney and streaming services.
Yep, it wouldn't surprise
People can't
me.
afford all these services, can they? I mean, you can't afford 3 or 4 of these services.
No, it's ridiculous how much they're doing it these days. But the way it's going, it wouldn't surprise me if the House of Mouse come knocking on BBC door and say, "Ha, here's a check. We'll buy you."
Yeah.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
surprise me.
your BritBox could disappear.
That is a waste of
they've
time,
got loads of
BritBoxes.
archive programs, and they could well get. I mean, could you imagine Disney might come along to them and say, "Oh, we'll have all that archive." I mean, the tremendous amount of historical programs in there. Mandy, could you imagine what Disney would do to some of these programs? Could you imagine, like, say
Simpsons
they got hold
crossover
of...
with Only Fools and Horses? Simpsons
well, could you
crossover with
imagine...
Blackadder?
You wouldn't get all the episodes of Only Fools and Horses, would you?
No,
Because
they'd be cut.
they wouldn't be able to show them. They'd say, "Oh no, you can't say that or do that." You know, so that's an interesting thing for the future. Is that they could get hold of episodes, and then we won't be able to see them. We won't be able to see them, and the only way you'll see them is through physical media. If you've,
That's true.
managed to get it in the past.
That's why you got to keep your physical media, keep it going.
Yeah, you've got to keep it alive. Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of the whole Disney situation?
Disney just needs to piss off, to be honest. The sooner they piss off, the better. That's all I've got to say.
I was not expecting that. Love the answer. Deep for broadcast. Hey, we've got Gareth here from Video Tasties. Hey, you guys. Hey, Gareth. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Gareth.
Hey, Gareth. Good, mate. Hoping to get back to streaming soon. Oh, that's awesome, mate. We'll have to get you back on the stream. It's been a while. Winslow says, since it's Noir-Vember, what are some of your favourite noirs?
I haven't seen any, so I'm out on that question.
I'm gonna have to say Blade Runner again.
Yeah.
One of the best film noirs ever made.
Yeah, I'd agree there. What about you, Ian?
Yeah, you know me, Blade Runner. That's it. Yeah. I mean, definitely Blade Runner. Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm going to have to say another film that's already been mentioned, but I'm going to have to say Dark City. It's definitely got a very strong noir influence to it.
I can't think of any, so I'm going to say Blade Runner as well. I have seen it, and yeah, fantastic film. Walk On Always Believe. Brett says Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart were actually married. Yeah, I think I remember reading something about that.
They were. They were married, yeah. And in Big Sleep, it's just their chemistry, you almost shout and get a room together because they're so, it's electric in that film, their relationship. Amazing.
We got Dr. Impossible saying, guess what? My wife bought Top Gun Maverick, and guess what? I'll never watch it. I didn't see Top Gun until 2005. Not bad considering Top Gun came out in 86. Iron Eagle. Now there's a masterpiece. Haven't heard of Iron Eagle. Have you guys heard of it?
Only through Cobra Kai have I heard of Iron Eagle. Never seen it though.
It's awesome, Iron Eagle.
Oh, Iron Eagle.
I think that's another movie Queen do the soundtrack for as well.
Oh, well, I'm sold there. Iron Eagle. Okay. That does look fun. I'll have to give that one a go. We've got Matt here saying, was watching up and coming releases for 2023. Some interesting films coming up. For all horror fans, The Nun 2 and The Exorcist remake. I'm looking forward to John Wick 4 and the new Mission Impossible. I do agree there, Matt, about the new Mission Impossible. That looks incredible, and John Wick's always a lot of fun. Not too fussed about The Nun, and The Exorcist remake could be all right. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I couldn't give a fuck about The Nun, to be honest. But I really couldn't. Exorcist remake, that just sounds like a cash grab to me.
Disaster.
Really pumped. Really pumped for John Wick 4 because I really like that trilogy. Not been a bad entry yet.
No. Ian, what about you?
Let's see. I don't know. Is Doom coming out next year? 2023.
I think
might
If
so.
Doom, that's the one
I
I'd
think
be
it's
definitely looking
2024.
forward to.
Yeah, it's either next year or
Right.
2024.
That's still a great
In
pick.
physical media, I can tell you what I'm looking forward to. In 4K, Exorcist, and hopefully Rosemary's Baby will come out in 4K, and Omen trilogy. That would be what I'd be looking forward to.
Top picks
Definitely.
there. Michael?
I don't give two shits about the Nun 2, as I don't give two shits about the first. I haven't seen the original Exorcist, so I can't make comments on that. I don't care for the Mission Impossible films because, as I said early on, don't really care for Tom Cruise. As for John Wick, never seen any of the first three, so I'll probably be giving that one a miss as well as I did with the first three.
Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to the Nun 2. The first one wasn't that great. The Exorcist remake, that's kind of dangerous ground, I think. Yeah, not too sure on that one. But yeah, really looking forward to John Wick and Mission Impossible. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, isn't it David Gordon Green going to do the Exorcist remake? We've done the new Halloween one. So, could be alright, we'll have to see. We've got Mac tonight saying, name me a music biopic you'd like to see. I want a Bruce Springsteen baby. Okay, Bruce Springsteen. That's an interesting pick. A biopic. What would you like to see, Andy?
Biopic. Probably Van Halen.
Ooh.
Top
on there.
Yeah, to be honest, because I think that band's been through like some change ups, and they've just got some awesome tunes.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
Ian, you got one?
The one has already been done. Well, similar. Joy Division. They did an Ian Curtis film.
Yeah.
Clash. The story of the Clash.
Yes, I agree there. That's a good pick there. Michael, you got one?
Initially I didn't, but when Andy mentioned Van Halen, I was like, oh, that kind of makes me want to see one for Ozzy Osbourne. You know, because obviously he went through a hell of a lot, you know, forming Black Sabbath, getting kicked out as well. I would love to see more built up for, like, shown for his relationship with Sharon, because I remember seeing like a documentary about them before, talking about how basically they were together one night. He went downstairs, asked Sharon's dad for his permission so he could ask her to marry him, and that's how that happened.
Oh, that would be very interesting. And Mike, have you got one?
I'd actually be quite interested to see like a Beatles biopic, but I think it would be very hard to pull off.
They've done multiples of them over the years. They've done so many. I mean, my personal favorite is actually my third favorite film of all time is Nowhere Boy. That was really good because that showed the slow formation of them into the Quarrymen, as well as John's relationship with his mother and his Aunt Mimi.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a new Beatles one would be pretty cool, especially if they picked a certain era, probably like the end of the era when they started to break up. And because after watching the Get Back thing on Disney Plus, you could definitely see there was some friction between the lot of them.
I still have yet to watch that.
So yeah, I'd like to see that. For me, I keep saying it: Blondie, Debbie Harry, Margot Robbie, perfect match there. I'd love to see it. Cora says why aren't you going to watch Top Gun Maverick, Dr. Impossible? Jason says, move over, darling, is on HBO Max now. Should I even bother to watch it? I haven't heard good things. It's on HBO Max if you own it, mate. It's probably worth a go.
Sorry,
It's not costing you.
I just must go for a quick.
No worries, mate. Yeah, it's worth a go. If you've got HBO Max, Jason, you give it a go, and if you don't like it, you ain't paid for it, hey you? There's one thing about streaming, you can give films a go, and it saves you buying the actual title and then not liking it. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I always want a movie on physical. I always will, but sometimes you do buy the odd one and you think, shouldn't have paid that much for it. So watching it on streaming, I hate to say it because I don't like streaming, but it does have the benefit of you get to watch it that way first.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, you can just turn it off or not go back to it.
We've got DVD and Film Bloke says, since I'm on a bit of a Hitchcock kick, do any of you recommend do you have a favourite Hitchcock film? Be interesting if one of the lesser known ones, like North by Northwest for me, but Forensics Close. That's good.
Well, since I haven't seen any Hitchcock film, I'm out for this question.
Yeah. For me, it would be Birds, and what's the other one where he's got in the wheelchair in the house
Rear
looking
Window.
over? Yeah, that's the one. Rear Window. Them two fantastic films. Andy?
Strangers on a Train for me. That movie's a masterpiece. I love it. Yeah.
Nice pick there. Haven't seen it. What about you, Mike?
I would probably say one of his lesser known ones, Saboteur. I think that's a cracking little film. And Torn Curtain, that's another really good one with Paul Newman.
Ooh. Oh, that's good. I've heard of Torn Curtain. Heard some good things about that one. That's cool. We've got David here saying Wurzel Gummidge, the completed restored edition Blu-ray coming out on November 28th. Loads of extras on Blu-ray. Yeah, that's cool, but it's like 70, 80 quid. It's way too much for what it is. You can pick up the DVDs for next to no. Yeah, I won't be picking this one up. Will any of you guys be picking it up?
Never heard of it,
No.
so probably
No.
not.
Actually,
I've seen images of him, and to be honest, he's quite a scary bastard. So,
It's John Pertwee dressing up as a scarecrow.
Oh, I've heard of that then. Yeah, no, I have heard of that. Now that you mentioned John Pertwee, that's when it clicked, because I still see him as the James Bond of Doctor Who from the handful of episodes I've seen of him.
Well, if you think Wurzel Gummidge from the 70s is scary, wait till you see a new one. He's a freaky fucker, he is.
Yeah. Is it Mackenzie Crook?
Yeah, oh dear. Hey, Ian, what do you think of Wurzel Gummidge on Blu-ray? Will you be getting it?
No. I think it's okay as it is on DVD, though I haven't got it on DVD. I do like John Pertwee, and actually I like the new ones. Okay, the new one's okay, but I haven't got it. It's just something I've watched, not that I've wanted to own. You know, it's entertaining.
Yeah, I agree with you. The new one's all right. He's a bit scary at first, I think, but it's decent modern.
Actually, I like the music. They sort of had this folk kind of music in it, which I thought
very
was
suits
one
the
of the better
tone of the
parts
show.
for me.
Yeah. We've got Dr. Impossible with a brilliant comment here. Tom Cruise, he brings me out in a rash, Caro. My wife thinks Cruise is Mr. Horny. My cat says no thanks. Oh, brilliant. Love it. We've got Rehan here saying, I've got a question to ask you, mate. You just have to put it in the comment section. We'll get to you, no worries. Dr. Impossible says, I can deal with Cruise in small chunks. All the right moves, risky business, born on the 4th of July. Brett says to David Beach, Wurzel Gummidge said it's not 100% complete as Series 1 to 4, but it doesn't have the Wurzel Gummidge Down Under or the Christmas special. Oh, that's a bit of a shame, especially considering how much they're charging for it. Matt V Movie says Risky Business is a classic. It's a lot of fun. The old town rock and roll dance. Rehan says, please don't ignore me. I'm not ignoring you, mate. We get to you. We go through the comments. We're normally about an hour or two behind. Don't worry about it, mate. David says, Andy, what 4Ks are you getting soon, mate?
I don't know. I really want to pick up the. I know these are older releases, but I want to try and get the Studio Canal box sets of Flash Gordon and Total Recall.
Oh,
I just
they're
think
nice.
I've seen them on eBay, but they are quite pricey.
I think Flash Gordon's being re-released. The box set. I noticed it on HMV in the pre-order section.
Oh, is it?
So yeah, I
might
try
check
check that out.
Yeah, I might see if I can get my hands on it there because I was watching Keith's back catalogue of his videos, and he was doing an unboxing of those, and they just look great.
Yeah. But I can remember the Flash Gordon one. You get the soundtrack with it, don't you?
Yeah. It's because I picked up the Studio Canal Highlander 4K, and it looks so nice next to the Outsiders box.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to see what other ones they've got, and they've done Total Recall and Flash Gordon. So I like those movies. So I'll try and.
Studio Canal ones all really line up well, nice together.
Yeah,
I think
they look nice. Studio Canal and the Warner Brothers ones and the Second Sight ones they're just great. The effort that goes into them.
Yeah. We've got Rehan saying, I'm very happy today. Oh, good to hear that, mate. We have Rogue Reviews saying, Failsafe is a Sidney Lumet film. It's described as the serious version of Doctor Strangelove. Oh, I'll have to get round to that. I really enjoyed Doctor Strangelove.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it's some people like it, some people don't. It's quite a satirical take on war, but I enjoyed it. Peter Sellers is brilliant in it. He plays 3 different roles in it. He's having a whale of a time there. We've got Cora saying, okay, fair enough. Also, Ride Lonesome Bud Boccier. Ah, nice pick there, Cora. We got Mac tonight saying, Born to Run or Living on a Prayer.
That's tough because I don't like either song.
I'm the same. I don't like either.
I can't stand Living on a Prayer, and I'm not a big fan of Born to Run, so it's I can't choose.
Yeah, I'm out on that one.
Ian, who you got?
I'd have to choose Born to Run, but that would be it.
They're both all right songs. I would say they're mid-tier songs for me. Not amazing. I'd probably say Born to Run because Living on the Prayer's played all the time.
It's so overrated, that song.
Yeah.
Really overrated.
So overrated.
What about you?
The band, I think.
What about you, Mike?
Probably Living on a Prayer, just because I'm not really a fan of Bruce Springsteen or Born to Run. But like you guys say, Living on a Prayer, it is overplayed.
I must admit, I like the Bon Jovi Christmas song. I never was a fan of that when I was a kid, but I've grown to like that song.
So I really like Wanted, Dead or Alive. I love that song. But I hate
That's a good song.
Yeah.
DVD Filmbook says, yes, believe it was based on the same novel, Red Alert, which was a serious novel. DVD Filmbook continues to say, when Kubrick was reading the book to make Strangelove, he thought there was a lot of dark comedy in the premise, so he played it for laughs. Dr. Impossible says, 7 Men from Now, a great Paramount Western from Boccier, unforgettable. Ooh. Ride Lonesome is a solid choice, Cora. Right, Review says, what's your favourite David Lynch film? Recently rewatched Lost Highway and it's definitely my favourite Lynch film, and I'm now beginning to understand the narrative. One more rewatch and I think I'll get it. Still need to watch that one. I think I got the Criterion release recently, didn't it? But,
yeah, I think it has,
Yeah, I do like Lynch's films. I've only seen a few of them. Want to go first, Andy?
My favorite Lynch film is Blue Velvet. That movie gets better for me on rewatch all the time. I think Dennis Hopper is one scary fucker in that film. And, yeah, it's one of his best performances. Laura Dern's great in it. Isabella Rossellini's great in it, and Kyle MacLachlan's great in it. It's just got a great cast, and I love the soundtrack. I love the opening, even though Pete, you think it looks like Balamory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a great movie. I love it. Yeah.
Great pick there. You got one, Ian?
Well, I said it earlier, Dune.
June?
I know it's not the most thing, but for me, it's a very personal film, and I think it is. It's just a great film. You know, I don't care what people say. I love it. Love Dune. Yeah.
Awesome. You
I
got one,
wish it. I
Michael?
wish it. He'd
Oh,
come back. and do
Go
it.
ahead. Go
Oh
ahead,
no, go ahead.
Ian.
Go ahead. Ian, you can go. You can continue on.
I was going to say in an interview, but you never know whether this is just internet talk. He's sort of mellowed a bit and said that he would consider maybe coming back to Dune and putting in the others, the missing film that were put in. I'd love to see that, but it's one of them things. People, I think, directors say these things because he's been quite hostile to it for some time. But that's what I read recently. But I don't really think it's going to happen. To be honest, I don't think it will happen. I'd love it to happen, but I don't think it will.
Michael, what about you?
The name rings a bell, but I can't think of any movies that I've seen from him at the moment.
Mike, what about you?
It's Mulholland Drive for me. That's like one of my top 10 favorite films.
Great. I've got that recently. Still need to watch it. For me, it's got to be Blue Velvet. Really enjoyed it. As Andy said, Dennis Hopper is one creepy bastard in that film. Oh, terrifying that he is.
Yeah.
I watched Wild at Heart. That was very entertaining as well. And also a special shout out to David Lynch's weather reports. They are very entertaining to watch. Who needs the BBC when you got David Lynch to tell you what the weather's going to be? David says, do you think all the American Pie films will come out on 4K? I wouldn't be too surprised the first one will come to 4K when this new film comes out. But I don't know about all of them, but I should think the first one will. Andy?
I mean, if they do this new movie and they do a 4K box set with all 5 original movies, I will be picking that up day one.
Yeah. Hopefully they will do. I think the franchise is big enough, and with the popularity of doing a new one, it's highly likely we'll see some on 4K. You, Mike, will you be getting them, or do you think they will happen?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even think they really need it. But if they did do it, then I probably would. Being a big fan of the movies, I probably would pick it up. But I'm happy to stick with the Blu-rays for now. Yeah.
Ian, what about you?
I've never seen the films. I've heard about them, and
I'm the same.
it's just something that I mean, I might get round to it eventually. Which is the best, the first, second?
Probably the first.
I don't know.
I
have no idea.
I think the first is the best movie. It's the best made movie, but I think after that they all kind of just run as one. Like they're all very interchangeable.
Is it a continual joke throughout the films then, or is it?
It's very much the same humor. The humor is very much the same in all of them. Well, it's just the each one has like a different scenario. Like one's a wedding, one's a reunion. The scenario is different, but the humor's the same.
Yeah. We've got Gary, the Blu-ray addict, here saying, "Hey all, has anyone seen The Innocents from this year? It was a stunning, if you don't mind a slow burn, definitely one of the best this year, alongside the film Athena from Netflix." Hey Gary, I have heard of it, but haven't seen it yet. I've heard some good things about it. You guys heard of it or seen it?
Nope.
No.
Is it a remake? I've heard of the original one.
I've seen the original from the 60s.
I think it may be a completely different film. I'm not sure. I remember Josh was talking about it, I think.
Yeah. So I'll just be back in a minute, Pete.
No worries, Andy. Next up, we've got Andy Sykes up saying First Contact maybe top 5 Star Trek. First, however, no. And Prisoner of Azkaban is the best Harry Potter hands down, and it's the best directed film of all of them. Questions: who's your favourite Doctor Who and favourite episode of Doctor Who, old and new?
Aiden, you want to take this one?
All right, and it's very difficult because I honestly like every Doctor. I can see something every Doctor, but if I'm going to be sort of sentimental about it, it's got to be Patrick Troughton as the second Doctor. I say that because, you know, it was a big thing for me seeing the actor change. I was actually watching the show then as a child, and it was incredible to see, you know, the transfer. And you thought, wow, you know, how's this going to work? And it worked so wonderfully. And that last episode, the 10th Planet, is an amazing episode because really the Cybermen are introduced. In Doctor Who history, if they hadn't have been Daleks, I don't think it would have carried on. I think it would have just disappeared into the whatever, because they wanted it as a more historical drama. And
they wanted
the introduction of the Cybermen was genius as well, because people, they were really quite scary, the first Cybermen. I don't know if you've ever seen the look and the way they talk. The Cybermen, I remember, I was just absolutely glued. I loved them. And that episode was the regeneration episode. And of course, guess what followed? It had to be. They followed with the Power of the Daleks. Was the first Patrick Troughton episode. I suppose they had to do that, get the best, and that's what they did. And Patrick Troughton totally defined Doctor Who, and he created a lot of the mythos about Doctor Who came from Patrick Troughton. Plus, he was a great actor. You know, say he's in Hammer films. You can look at and a lot of films at that time, and he was a quality actor that they brought into the part of Doctor Who, and I loved it. I just loved it, you know, and I still do. I still watch, and if you ask me what my favorite episode that is available of Doctor Who, it's Tomb of the Cyberman in the classic series, probably with Genesis of the Daleks. Which is the fourth Doctor story.
I hate Genesis.
And the new series, I would put, I think the quality episode is Dalek. The very first episode, very first time we see the Daleks in the new series. It's a ninth Doctor story. It is amazing. It's quite a deep episode as well, and quite sad, and Christopher Eccleston really captures something about the essence of Doctor Who in that one episode. It's called Dalek, first series from in 2005. That to me, it just stood out because some of the episodes in the first, he got a bad deal with some of the stories. I know people go on about now, but some of the stories I don't think are as good in the first season of
I love the first season.
Ninth Doctor. You know, you have farting aliens. I know people laugh at it, but people then go on about Russell T Davies being this genius, and he is, but God, he had these episodes and they're really awful. You think some of the 13th Doctor stories, these stories weren't that good, but when Eccleston was, you know, had the really good stories, he was fantastic. So Patrick Troughton, second Doctor. Sorry, I'm rambling on again. Yeah.
I have a fun fact for you there, Ian. Dalek was based off of a Sixth Doctor Big Finish audio known as Jubilee, where they actually got the original writer for Jubilee to come back to write that episode. So there's a little
It's a
interesting
fantastic episode.
fact.
Yeah.
It is brilliant.
Yeah.
I still think it's the best modern Dalek episode we've ever gotten. Even better than
Yeah.
Journey's End and Stolen Earth. For me,
Yeah.
I'm going to give my answer for my favorite Doctor as both modern and classic. So for a classic Doctor, it's got to be Tom Baker. It absolutely has to be Tom Baker. I grew up watching some of the episodes that they were shown on BBC Two or BBC Three, in 2006, 2007, and I just was encaptured by his Doctor. My favorite modern Doctor got to be Peter Capaldi. He is fantastic.
Very
Absolutely
underrated Doctor.
very underrated Doctor. I adore his run. Season 8 isn't as good, but season 9 and especially season 10 were fantastic. I mean, Heaven Sent is probably his second best story, where it's just him walking around. But my absolute favorite episode from his era is his final 2 episodes, which do bring back the Mondasian Cyberman, because those were Peter Capaldi's favorite version of the Cybermen, and that's how he wanted to go out. My favorite episode is actually that two-parter, World Enough in Time and The Doctor Falls, for 2 reasons. One, fantastic story, and 2, it was actually the last episode of Doctor Who I watched with my mother, because she passed away 2 or 3 months after the airing of the final story from Capaldi's run.
Oh, sorry to hear that, mate. What about you, Andy? What about your favourite Doctor Who episodes and Doctors? You're on mute again, Andy.
Yeah, on mute again. Sorry about that. I'm not the biggest Doctor Who fan. I think the show, I think it's okay. But I've seen enough of it to sort of answer the question, I guess. But I think for me, the one older story I found myself going to was Earthshock.
Really good. Really love.
It's a good story. Yeah.
I thought the ending to that was
excellent.
Great. Really sort of heart wrenching. The way that sort of story ends.
Yeah, Adric is one of my favorite companions.
Yeah, really good. I really like Peter Davison as the Doctor.
He is really underrated as well.
Yeah,
hard act to follow after Tom Baker, but I think he did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
But the newest stuff, it's anything with David Tennant for me. I just don't think for me the show has been that good since his era.
I would disagree. I think Series 5, Matt Smith's first series, is like with Season 1, a near perfect season. I don't see as much flaws with Series 5 as I would with anything else. There's a lot of really fantastic stories in Matt Smith's first era.
Yeah. Awesome. I won't ask Mike, because Mike hasn't seen any episodes of Doctor Who, have you, mate?
Nope, not a single one.
For me, I'll keep it quick. Classic Doctor, I'm going to say John Pertwee. Classic episode, The City of Death. Modern Doctor, I love David Tennant. I think he's brilliant, but I'm going to say Matt Smith. And favourite new episode, Vincent and the Doctor.
Yeah, it's a good episode, that.
Good one.
Next up, we have Matt saying Bananarama or ABBA. Okay. 2 totally different bands there. I'm not the biggest fan of ABBA, so I'm going to say Bananarama. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm probably going to say ABBA, because I just think they've just got a greater catalogue of more songs.
Yeah.
I think a lot of their later stuff was probably their best stuff, to be honest. When they were going through each of them were going through the divorce.
Yeah. That's the sort of stuff I like more.
Yeah.
Of them.
Yeah.
Ian, what about you?
Well, it's chalk and cheese. ABBA are just so much better. I mean, we just know they're better songwriters, performance. Bananarama are fun, but that's all they are. They're nothing. You're not going to get anything. You're not going to say, oh, they produced a great album. Whereas ABBA, even though they're known as singles group, their albums are very good. People ought to investigate more of their albums, especially as you said, some of the later albums, which are looking into their breakup as relationship. It's not the Rumours quite, the Fleetwood Mac album Rumours, which is a classic album about breakup, but they've got a lot of that sort of qualities in there. Rumours, I would suggest, is one of the greatest albums ever. Yeah, not it's one of them. There could be loads, but Rumours is a quality album about breakup in relationships.
I do agree with you there about Rumours. Solid stuff there, great stuff. Michael, what about you?
I'm gonna go with ABBA because I haven't really heard of the other band, so I'm not a ABBA fan, but I'll just pick that one for convenience sake.
And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with ABBA as well. I think they're actually a really good band. I know some people call them like a guilty pleasure, but I wouldn't even say that. I think they're great. And yeah, the later albums, I think the album before they broke up, I think it's called The Visitors. I think
that's right.
That's a brilliant album. That one, that's my favorite from them.
Awesome. We're Peter here, stand in silence. Playtendoguy never watched any of the old Star Trek. I have seen a few old episodes of the old Star Trek and the first film, Peter, so I've seen some. Thanks for joining, mate. David says, Andy, do you own the original Top Gun on 4K, Tom Cruise?
No, just the Blu-ray. I've got the HMV VHS one, not the 4K.
Nice. Dr. Impossible says Star Trek V is better than First Contact. While it does have some remarkable scenic views and Lawrence Luckinbill as Spock's half-brother, plus a nice Goldsmith score. What do you think, Michael?
He better be ready to catch these fucking hands. I swear to God. Oh.
Edward says, what's your thoughts on Buddy the Elf as the Christmas advert? You can tell the scenes are ripped straight from the films. They don't look great. The resolution isn't really good on them. It's a nice Christmas advert, I suppose, but I'm not the biggest Elf fan, so it didn't really do much for me. It's more just the advert felt more like a recruitment ad for Asda. Oh, how amazing Asda works here. Are you seeing the advert, Andy?
No, I'm not seen him.
No. Anybody seen the advert?
To be honest,
we don't have Asda over here, so it's an up north thing. If I want to go to an Asda,
Asda's here for shit. Yeah, literally, it's just Buddy going into Asda's, like clips of the films making out it's like a wonderful place, like it's working at Lapland or something. Oh, it's dreadful. We've got Mac tonight saying First Contact bore me as a film. That's fair enough, mate.
Why is everyone picking on me for my favorite movie?
I don't know. Jason says Trouble with Triples is the best Star Trek episode for me. I have heard that episode. I've heard that's very good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Excellent. Deep Space Nine did a tribute.
Yeah, Trials and Tribulations. That's how I know. I haven't
Trials
seen
and Tribulations.
I haven't seen the Trouble with Triples, but I have seen the DS9 anniversary episode, Trials and Tribulations.
That's brilliant, the way they do that. Oh, the
really
60s uniforms and fantastic.
Yeah. I did note as well with the scene where Cisco is talking with Kirk in the end. That was actually ripped from Mirror Mirror.
It's great.
I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that scene was actually pulled from the episode Mirror Mirror, where Kirk and that go into the mirror universe for the first time. the scene.
Yeah.
So that's how I recognized it.
Mm-hmm.
We have Andy Like Stuff saying, I'm with AJ with Deep Space Nine has been the best TV show. Its first season was ropey, however, I watched Voyager weekly when it came out. And for me, it didn't get good until 7 of 9 appeared.
I agree with the Voyager take, because like there was some really, really good episodes in series 1 and series 2, but they really the whole Kazon plot line didn't really gel well with me. But there are some really great episodes, like episode 3. I can't remember the name of it, but Janeway and Tom Paris get pulled back into a planet that had just been completely decimated, and they're trying to figure it out. And then there's a really good one called Jetrel that gives Neelix a bit of character development with how explains why the Talaxians are a lot more scattered around the Delta Quadrant than being on their home planet of Talax, because it's under control of this rival species, and it was really, really well done. I do agree that DS9 is really, really good, because I did love DS9, but Voyager will always hold that special place in my heart, which is why it's my favorite Star Trek series.
Oh, that's cool. Next up, we've got Mac tonight saying some of your favourite songs from the 70s and 80s. I think this could be quite a long question. So, do you just want to give us a couple of your picks? Ian, do you want to go first?
Love Will Tear Us Apart, Joy Division.
Very nice.
Once in a Lifetime, Talking Heads.
Top song.
There's
like
2
that.
songs for him.
Michael, you got any picks?
It'll be just as I said. It'll be stuff from AC/DC and Guns N' Roses. So I'm going to say, Highway to Hell, Hell's Bells, and for Guns N' Roses, obviously I'm going to go with Sweet Child of Mine and Paradise City.
Top picks there.
And
Andy?
I do apologize if you
Oh,
can
sorry.
hear my cat meowing. He kind of wants to get inside.
Oh, no worries there, mate. Andy, you got any picks?
Yeah, probably from the 70s. Crazy Horses by the Osmonds. I love that song.
Oh, that's a great song.
It's just really cool, that song. It's a shame they never did any more music like that. They sort of went down the route that they went. And like I said before, anything from the 80s, I think for me is just gold, no matter what it is or who it's by. I just love that era.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
I mean, there's so much. I'll go with something a bit more prog rock from the 70s, and I'll say "Supper's Ready" by Genesis, and Echoes by and Echoes by Pink Floyd. 2 very, very long songs.
Excellent.
Very good. For me, I do like the song "Couldn't Get It Right" by the Climax Blues Brothers. I can't remember who's the band were, but I'm pretty certain it was "Couldn't Get It Right."
It's Climax Blues Band, yeah.
It is to them. I can remember the song, but not the band. But
Couldn't
yeah,
get
I
it
do like
right,
that song.
I'll be right back.
No worries, mate. And also, Salt in a Swing or Walk of Life from Dire Straits. Love them songs.
Someone's a swing.
We've got Dr. Impossible saying, I'm not really into Star Trek, but I do like Star Trek Enterprise. You can keep your J.J. Abrams Warfest, and Picard is total shite.
Films. They're pretty good.
We've got Rehan saying, I mean, guest box. We'll get you on sometime in the future, Rehan. No worries, mate. Andy Lake Stuff says, Howard Hawke with Bruce Willis, not that Hudson Hawk. Oh, wow. We must be quite a fair bit back. We must be about 2 hours behind.
Fucking hell.
Andy says, God, yeah, I watched Secrets of Dumbledore Saturday. It was seriously a sleep fest. Yeah, it is so boring. Dr. Impossible says, what's the best comedic line you've ever heard from a John Hughes film? Oh. I'm trying to think of something. I know Andy's a big John Hughes fan, so I'm going to ask him first.
I think mine would probably be, does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
Oh, dear.
I might use that in the future.
You got any, Ian?
No, I can think of. No. What films did he do?
Oh, he's done The Breakfast Club, Planes, Trains and Automobiles, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Weird Science, 16 Candles.
Oh, wow. I can't think of Breakfast Club's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like The Breakfast Club.
I haven't seen The Breakfast Club.
I can't think of any lines from that, but I'm sure.
I'll let Mike go. What about you, Mike?
I can't think of any like specific lines, but I'll probably just say the bit in Planes, Trains and Automobiles when Steve Martin just loses his shit with that woman behind the is it the car rental place?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, I need to see Planes and Trains. Got it on digital, so I'm going to watch it soon. For me, I can't really think of anything yet, so I'm just going to say that anything from the film Weird Science. I had a lot of fun with that one. You got any, Michael? Or not?
None that I can think of at the moment, so I'm just going to say probably the scene with Charlie Sheen and Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Probably something about that. I haven't seen it in a few years, so I can't remember exactly what happens. But I'm just going to stick with that.
We've got DVD from Film Black saying, plus J.K. Rowling is a raging transphobe, so many wouldn't want to support them, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, oh God, Pete, I'll forgive you for the 900th time. Rogue Review says, favourite Andrei Tarkovsky film for me, it's Stalker. Right, I'm going to have to search that up. It sounds like a piece of music that's played on Strictly Come Dancing.
We need a slasher version of Strictly Come Dancing, where you get rid of all the buggers, you know. Great slasher version, wouldn't that be great? Yeah. Kill the buggers. Yeah.
I have not seen none of Tarkovsky's film work, mate, so I cannot comment. Andy?
The only one I've seen is Stalker.
Michael, what about you, mate?
Never heard of him, so I'm out.
You got any, Ian?
No, I've not. No, I can think of no.
And you, Mike?
I think I'm the only one who's seen all of his films. I think he's only got about 7. I'd probably have, there's a film he made called, I think it's called Andrei Rublev. That's a really good movie. That's probably my favorite, but Stalker is my second favorite.
Oh, cool. We've got Mac tonight saying, name me some of your best gangster movies in your opinion. I think he means not in your onion. In your opinion. Okay. I'm just going to say one that I really like, Long Good Friday. I think it's fantastic film. Bob Hoskins, so many great sequences in there. Also like Goodfellas, Scarface as well. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm big fan of De Palma. So like the Untouchables.
Oh yes, very good film.
Scarface, Carlito's Way is probably my favorite. I just love that film.
Top picks there. Ian?
It's difficult though. Maybe Scarface, because it's very well acted, the way everything works out in Scarface. the way he plays that part. There's something. I mean, it's obvious people that go for Godfather and Godfather 2, but something about Scarface is interesting. It makes it a bit different from the others, and yeah, I think Scarface has got a lot going. Yeah, it's one I ought to get. I've seen it quite a few times, but Scarface is something special, I think. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Ian, what about you, Michael?
I can't really think of one off the top of my head. I know there's still a lot of really great gangster films that I still have yet to see, like Scarface, for example. That's on my ever-growing backlog list to watch. So unfortunately, no answer from me.
No worries, mate. What about you, Mike?
It's Carlito's Way for me. I also really like Casino as well. I think that's quite a really good movie.
Sharon Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to see them too.
Yeah.
Need to see them too. I've got them, so I look forward to watching them. Ristolian Dave says, speaking of Harry Potter, I can't wait for the new game. Absolutely can't wait. Coming out in February, I think.
Yeah, it does look very interesting, definitely. I won't be playing it myself, but it definitely does look interesting.
Yeah. We've got Bristolian Dave says, you don't like Life of Brian? Get him off.
Yeah, he's not a big Monty Python
him
fan. I've only seen them for the first time this year. Not a big fan.
We've got DVD from Film Bloke says, I prefer Holy Grail but love Life of Brian.
I agree. I prefer the Holy Grail. I had a lot more fun with that one than I did with Life of Brian. But yeah, no, even AJ was saying when I released my first unscripted review for Life of Brian that I think it's like a generational thing. Like, had I grown up with the Monty Python films as a kid, I probably would have loved them. But seeing them for the first time as an adult, they're not the greatest for me.
Yeah, I can understand that, mate. We have Brett here. I pre-ordered the Scarface Film Vault 4K box set. I have many versions and editions of Scarface, 83, VHS, Blu-rays, 4K box sets, games, artwork, etc. Anything to do with Scarface, 83 is my all-time favourite. Oh, it's awesome. I've seen them 4K box sets. They're about 50 quid, I think they are. They're coming out in December time. They look nice. There's quite a few of them coming out, isn't there? I think there's a Blade Runner.
Yeah.
We've got Dr. Impossible saying Monty Python's Meaning of Life, just the beginning of the film that makes the rest of the movie justifiable, considering the Crimson Permanent Assurance short costs more to make.
I own The Meaning of Life, I think. Because I'm trying to look at them over here. I think I do. Don't think I've seen that one yet.
It's good. I like Meaning of Life. Yeah, Meaning of Life's good. I think, in fact, they don't talk about the other two overshadow Meaning of Life. The Holy Grail and the Meaning the Life of Brian overshadow Meaning of Life, and I think Meaning of Life is good. It's got some really spot on things in there that are so funny, just fantastic. Yeah.
It's good.
I think it's my favorite Meaning of Life, to be honest.
I actually haven't seen it, so I definitely will need to give it a go because I do own it. I just double checked there. Yeah, I do own it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Oh, hope you enjoy it, mate. We've got Brian Drums here saying I like. Hey Brian, thanks for joining, mate. Carl says to Dr. Impossible, what did Pete say or do to insult you? It's probably I didn't watch a certain film or know something about a certain director. We've got Soundlad Studios here saying, hey, it's Playtendoguy. Hey, mate, thanks for joining. Andy likes stuff. Too many gorgeous females in the movie. I could do a list of at least 50. Yeah, I can think of quite a few as well. Winslow's got Anna de Armas here for me. Yes, Anna de Armas is very nice. Dr. Impossible's laughing. Mac tonight says, "Give me some of your favourite special editions. What like film sets you've got?" Oh, that's a good question. Do you want to go first, Ian? Have you got any picks?
Well, I like. I'm sorry, it's back to Doctor Who, but I love these Doctor Who collections that they're releasing. I just couldn't resist. You've got, if you're a Doctor Who fan, there's something you should aim for getting. I've been lucky.
Yeah.
Everything I would put into having those special editions in films. I don't know. Dune. Yeah, I enjoyed the Arrow version of Dune. Sorry, we keep coming back to Dune, but yeah. But the Doctor Who collections are great because the extras, the way they're presented, they're fantastic. The problem is they sell out fairly quickly, and then they go into the other versions. They are expensive, but it's my one exception is that I'll put out the money for the Doctor Who collection, and it's exciting. I'll just plug this. They're bringing out. We don't know the date yet, but it's out. The second series of Doctor Who with William Hartnell, which is the most complete black and white series they've got. There's only one story, which is called Crusades.
Yeah,
which,
the Crusades.
Is got 2 episodes missing, but everything else, which is fantastic, is complete, which is great, and that's coming out, and I'm really looking forward to that. So they're going to be the first time they've released a black and white complete storyline on Blu-ray in these special collections. I'm sure it'll sell out pretty quick.
I think it has. I have seen it on Amazon for, I think, around 50 or 60.
Yeah, it's going to be that. But they haven't put a date yet. We haven't got a release date yet.
No, but you definitely can pre-order it. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to have it. It's essential. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Michael,
but yeah, Doom would be my
going with TV show, it's going to be the thing that I showed before stream started to you guys, being my Trial of a Time Lord special edition VHS tape that was released for the 30th anniversary of Doctor Who. That is a grail of mine, was to own at least something Doctor Who related on VHS, and I've gotten that for such a steal of £17. Very happy with it. For movies, my favorite special edition is the Transformers ones that they've done on Blu-ray, the transforming ones where you got Optimus Prime on his back actually held the Blu-rays, and then you can kind of fold him out to stand up. I have the Bumblebee one over there, and then for the third one they done Megatron. So those are my picks.
That's really cool. That's pretty cool. Andy, what about you?
Probably the 4K Harry Potter set. That's the Hogwarts Express.
Oh, that's a very fancy set.
Yeah. That is really nice.
And Mike, what about you?
Probably the Hellraiser Scarlet box, or maybe the Dawn of the Dead Second Sight 4K limited edition, whatever it's called. Yeah.
Okay. Nice picks. For me, probably either one of the Arrow box sets or the Get Carter BFI one. That was pretty nice. Or recently Ghostwatch. That was a very nice set.
Yeah.
Sound Lab Studio says my least favorite special edition is the Star Wars trilogy.
I really don't like Star Wars. I've gone completely off of it.
Sound Lab Studio continues to say, as for Star Trek, Wrath of Khan is the best.
They're wrong. They're all fucking wrong. It's First Contact.
David says the Young Ones is going for £20 on Amazon. It comes with lots of extras on Blu-ray. Yes, I see that, David, and that's a really good price. We've got Mac tonight saying, play numbers, guy. Are you getting God of War as I see you know more about your games about movies? Well, you're probably right there, Mac. I do know more about games than I do about movies. Yeah, I do want to get God of War, but I'm kind of hoping to get a PS5 first, so then I can get the best playable version of it. But I'm really looking forward to that one. I think it came out today.
It came out yesterday, I think.
I think that was Sonic that came out yesterday. I'm sure it came out the 9th.
Yeah, one of them. I don't know. I'm not big. Like I played a bit of the first God of War game, and I really enjoyed it. But it's not a series that I'm that interested in.
Yeah, I can get that. Dr. Impossible says Pete's got a long way to go, but Christmas is coming up and I have faith in Pete. Just like the marathon runner with his coach, I know Pete will go the distance and those blues. I have faith. I'll probably watch one. No, I'll get there, Dr. Impossible. Just you watch me. I'll be saying that I've watched hundreds of films. I actually have watched hundreds of films this year. Well, according to my letterbox, I have. So I'm getting there. We got my DVD and Film Bloke here saying, other than money, I don't see why tape programs like Faulty Towers and Young Ones on Blu-ray, they can't look any better than the DVD because they were that made. Yeah, that is true. Apparently, the Only Fools and Horses transfer last year looked pretty decent. We have Max saying we had the Playtendoguy. He'll get you on. Okay. Andy Lake Stuff says, haha, me and my brother had loads of Batman and Robin posters, book posters when it came out. I even thought it was the best Batman film coming out of the cinema. Yeah, it's a fun film. It's a fun and entertaining film. David says, Andy, do you own the A-Team on Blu-ray?
No. I don't even own it on DVD.
I think I have the first series all season on DVD. Fun season. I like the film from, is it 2009, 2010? I thought that was pretty entertaining.
The remake, yeah, I was just about to mention I own the remake on Blu-ray. I mainly got it because I picked up for like 50 cents in a charity shop, so I'm not going to complain. It came with like art cards of all the characters.
Yeah, I know some editions did.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Rehan saying, Max saying Rehan no boy. David saying, will you be buying the Carry On films on Blu-ray if it comes out? Best British TV comedy of all time. I won't be buying on Blu-ray, mate. They're on ITV3 nearly every blooming weekend, so I'll just keep with the ITV3 repeats. What about you, Andy?
No, not on Blu-ray. The DVD box sets, I think, is fairly priced for everything you get. I think if you buy the set, it works out something like less than £1 a movie.
Oh, that's good.
So, yeah, I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah. Ian, will you be getting Carry On Blu-ray if they come out?
I've got, it was my wife's box set of there's a DVD one in it. It's got virtually everything, I think, in there. So I've got that. That's it, really. It's not something I like some of Carry On films, but some of them they went downhill, didn't they? Really, I think, particularly in the end when they weren't that good. But Carry On Screaming is one of the great films.
That's a very good film. Harry H. Corbett in it as well, isn't
it? Yeah, he's in that. And I suppose Carry On Camping is considered that.
Iconic for that, yeah.
And William Hartnell in first Carry On Sergeant.
Oh, yeah, he is, isn't he?
Yeah.
What about you, Michael?
Never heard of it.
And what about you, Mike?
No, I'm not interested in owning the Carry On films.
We've got Ocean's Reviews here saying, how's this going, guys? Heard some great things about Black Panther. Quite optimistic about seeing it. Anybody seeing it? Thanks for joining, mate. I probably might go and see it, but I might wait for it to go on Disney Plus, as they do tend to go on there quite quickly. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm seeing it after work on Friday.
Oh,
yeah,
it's cool to hear. Ian, you going to be going to see it?
I don't really go out much at all, so I won't be. I'll probably wait on Disney Plus. I'm more excited about Ant-Man.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, Ant-Man's a great set of films. I'm more excited about that. But I'm sure, hopefully, this will be as good as the first one. I don't know if anybody thinks, though I did like Black Panther, is it slightly overrated? I don't know.
I would
Maybe
agree with you
slightly.
there. I would agree
It
it's
is a
slightly
little bit
overrated.
overrated.
I
Yeah.
watched it for the first time last year or the year before. I can't remember which. And I enjoyed it, but I definitely think it's not as great as everyone says it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tend to be wary of when people really start going on about the film as if it's the best thing since sliced bread. And you tend to think, oh, somewhat, why are people really going over the top? Sorry, Top Gun Maverick. But I know everybody says how brilliant it is. Well, it probably is. It's just me. But there's always a skeptic pops out when people are going on and on about how great it is. But I'm sure it is.
Yeah. What about you, Michael?
Well, as I mentioned last Saturday during AJ's stream, I will just wait for it to go out on Disney Plus, like I have been doing with all the other movies. I was never really big into Marvel, and I still have yet to see like a lot of the Phase 1, 2, and 3 movies. And even now, I'm just cherry picking what I watch with the new phases. So I'll just wait for it to come out on Disney.
Sounds good to me. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm probably going to wait as well. There's still a lot of Marvel movies I need to catch up on, so until then, I won't be watching it until I've caught up on everything.
Yeah, sounds good to me. We've got quite a few comments to get through, so I'm going to try and get through these comments as quickly as possible. So next up, we've got Mac here saying, have you seen the movie Mac and Me? Baby, I love it. It's so groovy. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's quite iconic for many reasons. Andy?
Yeah, I love it. It's hysterical. One of the best worst movies ever made. Yeah.
Ian, you heard of it?
No, I've not heard.
Michael?
Never heard of it.
And Mike?
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah. We've got David saying, what movies would you like to come out on 4K or TV shows? Andy?
The usual. I think everyone's been crying out for these. The Abyss and True Lies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I'd like to see like the Dirty Harry franchise on 4K. I think that'd be quite good. Ian?
Yeah, you've just made me think. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Dirty Harry. Great. Yeah. I always say Rosemary's Baby because I'm still waiting for it. I love Rosemary's Baby, but I'll be very happy with Exorcist coming out. So, and Omen, the Omen trilogy.
Another great pick there, Ian. Michael, what about you?
For a movie, I'm probably gonna go for like a really underrated film. I'm not sure. This happened in AJ's stream last week as well. But yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know if it has a 4K. I know it has a Blu-ray because I own it on Blu-ray. It's really underrated film. For TV, I would kind of like to see how they would upscale Doctor Who onto 4K. See how that would look, especially some of the classic episodes. I would love to see how they would look. It might even convince me to buy a 4K player.
That sounds good to me. Cool. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, probably True Lies, The Abyss, and I'd love to see the original Planet of the Apes movies on 4K as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's some good picks.
Brilliant. You must, they're a must. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible saying, Ian, I'll have what you've been smoking. Wow.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Ocean says, Michael, I thought Star Trek Wrath of Khan apparently the best Star Trek film according to someone excited to give it a go.
Enjoy it, Dan. Just enjoy it, but make sure you watch First Contact afterwards, please. For the love of Christ, watch it afterwards and tell me what you think.
Oh dear. We've got Mac here saying, what's your favourite film of the Austin Powers trilogy? Ooh, I'll probably say the first one, mainly because of Liz Hurley. Andy?
Mine's the second, Spy Who Shagged Me. Yeah, I love that film. I've got some great memories of that film. Yeah.
Ian?
I've not seen them. But the first one is usually first ones are often the best, but Beyonce is in the third one, so
Yeah.
I'd be definitely. I like Beyonce a lot, so yeah, I'd definitely be into that one. But no, I must. They're on my list. Honest, of getting around to seeing them because I know they're really good films. Yeah,
They're entertaining. They're fun.
yeah.
Michael, what about you?
Which is the one that has Mini-Me in it? Is that the Spy Who Shagged Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, then yeah, Spy Who Shagged Me it would be my favorite. I think it's the only one that I've seen. I think I've seen bits and pieces of the first or the third. I can't remember which.
And Mike, what about you?
I mean, when I was younger, it was always the second, but as I've gotten older, the first one has really grown on me, and that one's probably my favorite now. But I think all three of them are just you can just kind of watch all three in one evening, and yeah, it's just a great time.
Yeah, very solid trilogy. We've got Josh saying, seen Black Panther on Friday. Pumped. Awesome, mate. Hope you enjoy it. We've got Ocean's Review saying 1 week to go till the new Pokemon game. Anybody picking it up?
Yes, I have it pre-ordered. I'm picking it up Friday. I'm trying my very hardest to avoid the leaks because I deleted my Twitter recently, but I've even had to leave a few Facebook groups because of it, and it's starting to spill over onto TikTok as well. So I'm trying to duck and weave those as well. I think I've done pretty well so far with avoiding spoilers, but I am really looking forward to Scarlet and Violet. I'm picking up Scarlet in case Ocean asks.
Awesome. Yes, I've heard the game's already been leaked already, but yeah, we'll be picking it up next week. Very excited. Always love the Pokemon games. I'll probably go for Violet, I think. Any other person play Pokemon here? No.
Nope.
Not for a long time.
Dr. Impossible says, what's the best optical effect shot you've seen in a film? Okay, CGI can be included. I'm gonna have to Google what an optimal effect shot is. Effect shot. Yeah, I'm completely clueless. I'm gonna back out on this question.
I'm gonna be the same.
Yeah. Andy?
CGI. The only thing I can think of in terms of like CGI shot is probably there's a scene in Children of Men with the baby in the bath.
Oh yeah.
That's incredible CGI. What it is,
yeah,
you can't even tell.
That's true. Mike, what about you?
I'm not really too sure for CGI, but I'm just going to give a shout out to Aliens. Like, I just think all the model aliens in that movie look better than any of the CGI aliens we see in the later movies.
That's true. That's really true. And you, Ian?
No, I haven't really got any. I can think of. I'm the sort of person, I know everybody always says, oh, that's really terrible CGI. And they're probably right, but it doesn't always bother me. I suppose when you've been brought up on certain things in 60s, CGI, whatever its form, seems, okay to me. Obviously, when it is brilliantly, you see it. It's like you mentioned about the Alien films. I really love all the. I love all of them actually. Even Alien versus Predator, especially the first Alien versus Predator. I know the second one isn't as good, but Prometheus, I think he's a great film. I think he's totally underrated. That a lot of people really have a go at it. But I enjoyed them all. I enjoyed
I
number
like
4.
Prometheus.
3, I love 3 is underrated. Definitely. 3 is a lot better than people have given it credit for. I just find them enjoyable. If I had to choose an alien film, though, if you said you've got to choose one, I'd choose the first one.
Yeah.
Because as a piece of cinema, and the fact what they do in that first Alien film is absolutely fantastic. The acting, the monster, it's just great, you know. I mean, what they've done. But I mean, obviously, Aliens is what everybody talks about, and I can see that. I do enjoy Aliens a lot. But yeah, that's just me. With CGI, it's because I personally, it's like in a lot of horror films, love it when they do all the makeup effects and what have you before CGI, and I always think that's really good to see what amazing what you can do. But obviously CGI came and it's great, you know. I never worry too much about it, you know. That's it. It's just me.
Next up, we've got Edward saying, will Isle of Dogs get a Criterion release? It's a Wes Anderson film, so I should imagine it will do later on down the road. What do you guys think?
Probably will.
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Seen it.
Mac tonight says, I'll get a drink. Okay. Road Review says, I've explored Hitchcock's filmography, watched The Lodger from 27 and regarded Hitchcock's first thriller and the suspense works so well, even though it's a silent film. Sounds good. Road Review says, favourite Hitchcock, early British film, anything in his biography, 1925 to 39, so between The Pleasure Garden and Jamaica Inn. Oh. DVD from Filmbook says, I've heard The Lodger is great, his most successful silent film. Oh, that's really cool. Dr. Impossible says, which is the best police drama thriller out of these two titles, LA Confidential or Heat? Give the reasons why you like one over the other. Well, I haven't seen LA Confidential. I've heard it's amazing. It's got to be Heat for me. Fantastic cast. One of the greatest shootouts in cinema history. And even though it's 3 hours long, it just flies by. So good. Andy?
Yeah, this is probably gonna have to be my last question of the night, Pete. I'm probably gonna have to head off after this, but
no worries.
Yeah, it's Heat for me. Like you said, that shootout it's absolutely phenomenal. I love LA Confidential. I think it's got a superb cast, but so does Heat, and it's one of the best crime movies ever. I love it. But yeah, on that note, I'm going to say I've had a fantastic night, and thanks everyone for the comments and watching, and have a great rest of the stream, guys.
See you, mate.
Yeah, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
See you after.
Bye.
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 Mike, do you want to go?
I'm just going to say Heat. I'm not going to give a reason. It's just better, in my opinion.
Ian?
I've not seen Heat. Everybody's talking about it. Yeah, I will get round to it. It's my favourite phrase, isn't it? I will get round to it. But, I have not seen
like
Heat.
me.
LA Confidential, I've heard about again, but I've not seen it. So I can't make an opinion.
And what about you, Michael?
I've heard of both of them. I just haven't seen them yet.
No worries. We have Max saying, is Michael making a cake? Okay. Dave, Dr. Impossible says, explain why Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie. I like solid explanations on this channel. Fire away.
I plead the fifth. I will not be answering this question. Have a nice night.
What about you, Mike?
I actually don't think it's a Christmas movie. It is set during Christmas, but I think for a Christmas movie to be a Christmas movie, the plot has to have something Christmas related in it.
Christmas values, yeah.
Yeah, and Die Hard doesn't really have that, because if you're going to say Die Hard's a Christmas movie, then you should say that Batman Returns is a Christmas movie, and Lethal Weapon is a Christmas movie, and Maniac Cop 2 is set during Christmas. So you know, that should be a Christmas movie if Die Hard's going to be considered a Christmas movie. So yeah, for me, it's not a Christmas movie.
And Cora's just got the best answer. Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie because Santa Claus doesn't get laid in it. Oh dear, yeah. What about you, Ian?
Oh dear. Don't forget, I only saw it the first time this year. I suppose theoretically you're right. It's just set at Christmas, and it doesn't have the values in the same way of like some films would. But why not watch it at Christmas? Watch it any time of year. As you can watch any film. You can watch a film at Christmas that doesn't have to have Christmas in it. If you enjoy it, just watch it. You know.
Absolutely right, Ian.
You know, I'd watch probably a good Hammer horror film. You know, to me that'll be Christmas as well. You know, as well as some other Christmas. So just watch what you fancy. You know.
Yeah, Dr. Impossible says, everyone's burning tonight. The heat is on, or maybe not. The song's now playing in my head now, Dr. Impossible. Cora says, Dracula and Frankenstein look great on 4K. Watched them a few days ago. Awesome to hear. Edward says, who's going to see Black Panther Wakanda Forever? We did talk about this earlier. I think a lot of us are going to go and see it when it goes to Disney Plus or whether it goes in cinemas. DVD and Film Bloke says Dr. Impossible. I guess because Die Hard doesn't have a Christmas feel and Christmas is only really a backdrop. Yeah, you're right there, DVD and Film Bloke. Die Hard is a Christmas movie, but I'm trying to figure out why people say it isn't. Michael will explain. I'm intrigued.
I will not.
Rogue Review says, fun fact, the best thing about being a film student is that you can pretty things like document in the closet as a joke, and when someone questions it, just say it's for a film I'm making. Okay, that sounds like a fun course. We've got Danny here from This Is My Life. Hey guys, hey Danny, hope you're doing well, mate.
Yeah.
We've got Metropolis. Rogue Review says Metropolis made me think about society in 1927 and modern society, how little has really changed. That's true. We've got Matt tonight saying, has Michael seen anything?
Oh.
Time for some tea. What? Seriously. Ocean's Review says, Blade Runner is amazing. I was blown away by that film. One of the best sci-fi films ever. Yeah, it is brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I've seen loads of films. Haven't seen loads of films. I'm terrible with watching stuff.
I'm the same. Like, I haven't seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I own it on Blu-ray. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Now, that is an incredible way to spend a Sunday, that is, watching them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that is incredible. You're in for a treat when you watch them. Actually, I'm jealous that you get to watch these films for the first time because you're in for such an amazing treat. Dr. Impossible says, anything nice? Almond slices, Sunday fancies? I love a fancy. I do like a fancy. They're pretty nice. Or chocolate muffin. Oh, I fancy a muffin now. Dr. Impossible says, tea always goes down well with a bit of spotted dick and with custard. Yum. No comment. Cora says, Cora says, I think Pete's record is going to be broken. We've got Tim Young on Productions here saying, hey all, happy Wednesday. Who is your favourite film composer and what would you say is their best soundtrack? For example, Bernard Herrmann is one of my favourite and his best is Taxi Driver. For me, I'm just going to say Hans Zimmer. I'm not going to say what film because I can't think of one on the top of my head. Do you want to go first, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just going to have to say, I mean, I know he's not like a traditional composer, but I'm just going to have to say John Carpenter. I just love his music and his films.
Yes, his theme, the Halloween theme's brilliant. The ones for the Foggers as well. I agree there. Ian?
Yeah, John Carpenter is superb. I like. I'll tell you what I like. Goblin, who do a lot of the Argento films. I've
Magenta
got some
stuff.
of their
They're very good.
CDs. They're really good. Yeah, I like them. Bit of prog rock. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Tangerine Dream, who done a Thief. Their
Yeah,
soundtrack's
Tangerine
very
Dream.
good.
Brilliant
Yep.
Tangerine Dream, yeah. The Wages of Fear. They do soundtrack to that.
Nice. And Michael?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Michael Giacchino, who done the Star Trek Kelvin score for all three films, and then they even brought him back to do the title sequence theme for the Nickelodeon Star Trek Prodigy series, which is very, very good. I
I've
really
heard
love
that's
that
good
theme
things
song.
about that.
Yeah, I love Prodigy as a whole. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's episode.
I've heard some good things about that TV show. I might check that out. We've got Ocean saying mirrors used to freak me out after watching it. I'd literally avoid mirrors for months. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most emotional film you've ever seen? And some dick'll say Titanic. I'll throttle them with a mini plastic Titanic. Marley and me. That's enough said.
I'm actually gonna go with the film that I've seen for the very first time this year. And I didn't know the name of it originally because I'd only seen a clip from TikTok, and then I randomly stumbled across a review for it, and then luckily my local CEX actually had a copy in store, and it was The Pianist. Within the first half hour, I was in near tears, and then by the end of the film, I was left speechless. It has quickly become one of my favorite movies of all time.
I've heard it's very good. It's one on my watch list.
Highly recommend it.
I will check that one out. Ian, what about you?
I'm going to pick one that a lot. I get emotional in a lot of films, to be honest. I'll tell you one that really got me in both ways. How gripping it was, but also how emotional at the end was Deer Hunter. I mean, that scene where they're putting the guns to the head, and the whole vibe of that film is you're there, isn't it? And the ending is really very sad when they're all singing "God Bless America." There's something very touching about that film. I know Apocalypse Now is probably the film that everybody goes on about. I think Deer Hunter is up there as well. It's a great film. Yeah. It's one that it's on my list to get. I'm definitely going to get Deer Hunter on 4K. There is a list, but I haven't quite got that yet into collection. But it will do. It's one of those films. I came out of cinema, and you just sort of stunned almost. You come out and you think, "All right," and then I had to go back and see it again. I used to be like that, and over years I've seen it a lot of times, and I'm definitely looking. In fact, you're making me think I really must get this on 4K. Yeah, that's Deer Hunter, anyway. Just saying that.
And you, Mike? What about you?
I think I'm going to have to go with a film that came out very recently, and it's a film called The Father with Anthony Hopkins.
Oh, yes. Very upsetting. Yeah.
That movie nearly broke me, by the time it was over. Yeah.
We've got Coro saying the most emotional film is Titanic. I can see many people agreeing there, Coro. Dr. Impossible says Pretty Woman. God, I cried for days. Terrence's favourite film. Oh, it's incredible. 4K of Pretty Woman, please, Disney, as you now own it.
That's my running line of this stream. I've never seen it.
That's what I normally say, mate. That's normally what I say. Edward says, what's your thoughts on a possible Indiana Jones TV spin-off that could be in the works for Disney Plus? No. Please leave it alone, Disney. Pack it in now. Please, Disney.
Never liked Indiana Jones. No. Never liked it.
Finished. It's finished. Why?
Yeah. What do you think, Mike?
Just go and watch the Young Indiana Jones instead. That was pretty good.
That was a solid little series.
Yeah, I don't think it's on Disney. I think they need to put it on there because it's a pretty decent little show.
Yeah, I agree there. Edward says when Love Is Gone will be in 4K. Oh, that's very good to hear. Dr. Impossible says, Coral, were you emotional when cinema raced the Titanic? The John Barry score made me tear up. Coral says, Dr. Impossible, haven't seen that one, but I'd like a note to remember. Still Titanic, it's the most emotional film I've seen. Rogue says, Macabre and Mrs. Miller is on HMV Premium. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to check that one out. Andy says, just watched episode 10 of Andor, seriously great. It's movie level acting and the filmmaking also with a homage you might recognise. I haven't checked out Andor yet. Probably will do when the whole lot's finished. I've heard it's quite slow, but I've heard it's pretty good. You seen it, Ian?
Yeah, I've watched it, but I haven't really loved it, to be honest. It's just another Star Wars milk the series kind of thing.
Yeah.
And also, I know people obviously will disagree with me, but he's not a very engaging character, this Andor. I don't know whether it's the acting or the way it's written. I don't find him very engaging. He doesn't. You don't root for him, do you? You don't. I
know a lot of
feel
people
that
aren't the biggest
connection
fan of
with
the
him.
character.
Yeah, it's a bit, and it's affected the rest of the series, I think, because it's about him. He's supposed to be the center of the series, but I think it lets it down. Definitely, it's watchable. You can just watch it, but you don't. I personally just didn't love it. You know,
No.
I wouldn't get that in my collection either way at all.
You seen it, Mike?
No, I haven't really got much interest in it, to be honest.
And you, Michael, what about you?
I haven't been the biggest Star Wars fan of late, so no.
No.
I think the last Star Wars thing I watched was Kenobi, and I think I'm wiping my hand clean with Star Wars now. I don't think I'll ever bother with it again.
Yeah, I can understand that. DVD Film Bloke says Dr. Impossible. Yeah, I was also throttle someone who said the last American version is emotional. Probably not the best thing to say, given everyone else likes it for some reason. DVD Film Bloke says everyone cried at the end of Last American Virgin. I was just playing the world's smallest violin in the lead. All right. We've got Gary here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Hope you're well, mate. Cora saying, Gary, glad you're here. Dr. Impossible says, you wait in another 50 years, 2 Corps will own every single media corporation that ever was. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. We have Cora here saying, I really like The Nun, but I like all Conjuring films I've seen. I've seen 3 Conjuring films. I really like them. I'm not bothered about the spin-offs. Rogue says, I'd like a Genesis movie that could explore the tensions where Peter Gabriel left and when Phil Collins' solo career taking up all his time from the band. Now, that would be interesting, Rogue. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
We have Tim Young-un Production says bone or boneless wings.
Neither or.
Are we talking about food here? I've never heard of a film.
I think it's food. Yeah, I think he's on about food.
I was thinking, is there a film called Bone and Boneless Wings?
Oh dear.
I would probably say boneless for me, I suppose.
You don't say bone. It sounds like a porn film or something.
Like, I don't mind both, but I'd probably have to get boneless wings in. Otherwise, if I leave the plate around with the bones on, my little shit of a cat will fucking go for them.
Yeah. And we could be wrong. Bone and Boneless Wings might be timeless classic films with deep narrative, or they could just be food.
Could be food.
Dr. Impossible says to DVD and Film Bloke, I suppose Andy will be bringing his flamethrower around to your house at some point. That is an unforgivable comment about the last American Virgin. Rogue Review says, my favourite Hitchcock film is either Shadow of Doubt or Rope. Rope's very good. Cora says, Jesus fucking Christ, this is depressing. Okay. Edward says, so it looks like we're getting a Never-Ending Story reboot coming in 2024. I still haven't seen the original. They shouldn't be remaking it, but hey, it's Disney. Cora, did you ever see Nuns on the Run? Eric Idle, wasn't it? And
Robbie
Robbie
Coltrane.
Coltrane. Yeah, I didn't mind that. DVD Public says, yeah, I was scared of that, but Last American Virgin does suck. I normally question the morality of people who say something is emotional, manipulative, but Last American Virgin is just that. DVD Public says, yeah, Shadow of the Doubt and Rope are great. Dr. Impossible says, Andy would say, fuck you, but everyone is entitled to an opinion. Ha ha ha, we're halfway there. Ha ha ha, living on a prayer. Living on a pear. I just got it. I'm just going to hear that now. Living on a pear. Dr. Deputy Public says, Dr. Impossible, yeah, sorry, Andy, if it seems like we were making fun of you. Gary says, Lost Highway is good, but Blue Velvet is my favourite. Yeah. Rogue Review says, Failsafe and Doctor Strangelove were meant to be released in November 1963, but Kubrick postponed Strangelove because of JFK's assassination. Deputy Public says, yeah, there was also a joke about the president being shot in the last pie fight ending. Dr. Impossible says, what's the best Brando performance you've ever seen? I'm stretching this. I'm just thinking of The Godfather. That's all I can think of. What about you guys?
Mine's going to be The Godfather as well. A bit boring, but it's one of my favourite films. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one I can really think of over the top of my head. You got one, Ian, or not?
Possibly. On the Waterfront is really good. I'm surprised I haven't heard people talk about On the Waterfront. It's a good film for its area. That time at the unions and America. It's really good. But I suppose you have to say Godfather, but so.
Rogue says the problem is with Dune 84 is not really a David Lynch film, and he only agreed to direct to get his name out there more and get the extra funding to make Blue Velvet. Lynch sees Dune as a movie he just happened to direct, not one of his films. Yeah, he's always been a bit funny with that one. I know if people ask him about it, he don't really talk about it, does he?
Yeah, but I just heard recently he may have changed his mind. But as I say, it's not going to happen. But as you get older, you might get more, looking back at your career.
Might do. More sentimental about it. But
yeah.
Gary says, I was impressed with the new Netflix war film. Is that All Quiet on the Western Front? I know a lot of people have been saying that's very good.
It is. I watched it. I'd say if you haven't seen it yet, watch it in the original German with subtitles, as you'll get like a feel for how it's supposed to be. Because the thing with the English version, AJ was saying that it's a lot of British actors that were doing it, so you can kind of get confused that way.
Yeah. Oh dear, we've got quite a few to get through still. Jeez Louise. Right. Rogue says the rest of Lynch films he wrote and directed except The Elephant Man, which he co-wrote. Yep. I love The Elephant Man. Fantastic film. Rogue Review says, my favourite Doctor Who story is either The Invasion or Remembrance of the Daleks.
Remembrance of the Daleks is fantastic.
Good stories. Yeah.
Yes. Dr. Impossible says, my favourite Doctor was Victor Lewis Smith. Okay.
All right.
It's probably actually a real-life Doctor.
Could be.
Cora says, I haven't seen Nuns on the Run. Is it good? Dr. Impossible says it's good fun. It's no classic, but Robbie Coltrane dressed as a nut. What not to like, Cora?
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie, but I definitely did see a clip of that from that film surface up on TikTok when he sadly passed away.
Yeah, Eric Idle as well. Gary says about Bananarama. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, and Nuns on Run has some nudity, so that's a nice bonus. Nice tender female bums, but it serves a purpose. Blimey, Dr. Impossible. DVD Film Black says, the only Bananarama song I know is Ain't What You Do, aka the one they used in the B&Q advert. Oh, that one fucking got on my nerves. I used to mute the adverts when it come on. We've got double bill movies here, saying evening chaps. Evening, mate. Thanks for joining.
Technically, we should be saying morning in the next 10 minutes, since it's almost midnight.
We've got Peter says Playtendoguy officially loves divorces.
What the fuck?
Okay, this is comment of the night, Peter. Brilliant.
All
right. I don't know where we actually brought up divorces or said anything like this, but wow.
All right, fair enough.
Carl says, well, you know, sleazy old me, if it contains nudity, count me in. We've got double bill movies here saying I just watched Dark Water, the Japanese original. Who's seen it and who was creeped out? I was. It's a fantastic little Japanese horror. I do really enjoy it. Full of great atmosphere and suspense. Yeah, it's very creepy. There was an American remake. I haven't seen that one. You've seen it?
There's always going to be an American remake of something like that. They're always going to be.
You've seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I love it. It's very, very creepy movie.
Ian, what about you?
I've not seen it, but it's something I would probably enjoy from what I've seen. It's on the list.
Max says, I've now got a Star Trek diploma thanks to you guys.
Oh, don't get me fucking started. I could go through the entire timeline from start to fucking finish.
Dr. Impossible says, what I want to know is why The Pope Must Die hasn't been released on DVD or Blu-ray. Coltrane was on form with that film, Comedy Gold. I haven't actually heard of it,
but I should probably check that out. Well, I don't know if I can, because since it hasn't been released on DVD.
It's probably on YouTube. You probably can find it on
there. It probably is. If not, I might have to don a pirate hat and an eye patch to find it.
Dr. Impossible's got an MVQ in Doctor Who, so there you go. Andy Lake Stuff says, Dr. Impossible, I've got a level 13 MVQ in Doctor Who. Coral says, I have seen it, and yes, creepy as fuck. I recommend Ring and Pulse too. Yeah, two classic films there. Good picks there, Coral. Dr. Impossible says, I've got a diploma in the science of the Universal Translator System in the Hitchhiker's Guide of the Galaxy.
I think I own. Was there an original and then a remake that came out?
The TV series.
Fantastic. Yeah, TV series. Then there was a remake with Martin Freeman.
Yeah, I own the remake movie. Yeah,
the remake movie's pretty good. We got Peter saying Coral. We got David Beach saying Angie. Angie, I think he means Andy. Saturday Night Fever with John Travolta 4K when it comes out. Yeah, that's out now. Never seen the film. You guys going to pick it up on 4K?
No.
Nah, not for me.
No, it's already a collection.
I only really know the Bee Gees song. That's it. Gary says, love Saturday Night Fever. Has a 70s dirty New York look like Taxi Drivers. Wait, what? DVD and Film Bloke says, isn't it awfully nice to have a penis? Isn't it frightfully good to have a dong? Is it swell to have a stiffy? It's divine to have an own dick. From the tiniest little todger to the world's biggest. Whoa, my days. So there's 3 cheers for your Willie and John Thomas. Hooray for your one-eyed trouser snake, your piece of pork, your wife's best friend, your Percy or your cock.
Oh, dear.
Right, well, that's enough internet for one, right?
That's from the meaning of life.
I think it is, yeah. I've heard of it before. Oh, dear. David Beach says, what's your best collection on 4K or Blu-ray? Dirty Harry collection, I'll just say that. What about you, Mike?
James Bond.
Good collection. Ian, name a collection. You got, mate?
Yeah, I've got all James Bond films. I could say that, couldn't I? I won't say Doctor Who. I'm trying not to mention Doctor Who or Star Trek, so I'll say, yeah, the James Bond collection. I've got all of them.
Awesome. And you, Michael?
Even though I haven't seen it, I gotta say the Lord of the Rings box set that I bought in CEX. Looks pretty nice. Just the outer box of it does. I think that was one of the main reasons why I picked it up. Oh, kitty! I see a cat.
I see. Oh, it's cute. We've got DVD and film, so you can wrap it in ribbons, you can slip it in your socks, but don't take it out in public or they'll stick you in the dock and you won't come back.
Okay.
Edward says, seriously, if you thought Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey was enough, the director's preparing a Peter Pan horror movie too.
Oh, I have heard of that. I have heard
of it.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting. I think it's called Neverland Nightmare or something like that.
Something like that. I can't wait for the Bagpuss horror film. I think the Bagpuss one would be brilliant.
The one I can't wait for, and it's been in the works for fucking years, is that Five Nights at Freddy's horror movie.
Yeah, that'll eventually
I just wanted to fucking come out at this point.
DVD from Film Bloke says, couldn't help it, that's my favourite song from Meaning of Life, along with Every Sperm is Sacred.
I probably will watch Yeah,
that's great.
I'll probably watch The Meaning of Life tomorrow as it's first.
Really good.
We've got Mac tonight saying, bugger me, I've shat my pants at that news. Okay. Peter says, easier on the... What?
Okay.
What? Okay. Fuck ass bollocks, they ruined it. Wait, what? Dr. Impossible says, Meaning of Life is some of the best songs. Christmas in Heaven, just those lyrics. Anyone who can create with the words Jaws 1, 2, 3. Pete says, Gary North, there was some disco music in Eyes of Laura Mars too. Disco music is pretty terrible. Andy Like Stuff says, OG Pink Panther films, Peter Sellers are not talked about enough. I do enjoy them Pink Panther films.
I've seen bits and pieces of them, and I do agree, yeah. They definitely are really good.
We've got AJ saying, what's your favourite Shyamalan film? I don't know, I'll just say Unbreakable. That's the one I most recently watched. I didn't mind it. Or The Village. I thought The Village was good. Mike?
Mine's probably Signs. Really like that movie.
Cool. Michael?
I don't think I've seen any of his work. I am well aware of him, of course. I think I most know him for that terrible adaptation he'd done for Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't like Avatar: The Last Airbender myself, but I definitely have heard that it's even worse than Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah, it's awful. It's just dreadful. And Ian, what about you? Have you got any favourite Shyamalan?
I know, so much just occurred to me. Who directed Sixth Sense?
That was
Tim.
Shyamalan.
Yeah.
I thought it was. Yeah, that's my favourite.
Great.
Classic. Bruce Willis as well. People forget about Bruce Willis. He's a lot more diverse in his acting in his career than perhaps later times. But yeah, sorry, Bruce Willis. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. Dr. Impossible says, plus Meaning of Life is page 3 babes topless running in slow motion. What could be better, Pete? Now I understand why there's a 4K of that film. AJ says, hi Dan, you okay? Ocean's Review says, yeah, just good, listening on podcast style whilst at work. Hope your shift goes well, mate. Peter says, it's funny how the back of standard Arrow releases say special edition. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not that special when there's thousands of them produced.
Yeah.
You've got AJ here. Dr. Impossible says, Star Trek 5 is still the best for me. Kirk meets God. Kirk seeks Spock. Bourne and Bones has an incredible scene with his father.
I probably need to rewatch it because I haven't seen it in years. I've only seen it the once. But I do have an idea for a YouTube series in the new year that I'm going to be doing, where I am planning to revisit all of the Star Trek movies over a number of weeks. So that's just a little spoiler for you because I'm half tired, so you'll be easily get some of these bigger projects out of me now.
Awesome. Quickly finishing up, we've got Peter here saying, I'm constantly baffled by the sheer amount of stuff Playtendoguy has never watched. I'm
You'd be
getting there,
surprised how
Peter.
many I haven't seen. You'd be more than you would be about Pete here. There's a shit ton. Pulp
We've got
Fiction,
Paul-
haven't seen. Just to
we've
name
got-
one offhand. Haven't seen
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction. Fight Club is
I
another
haven't
one.
seen-
Haven't seen.
I haven't seen Pulp Fiction or Fight Club either.
No.
We've got Peter here saying, Cora, what porn releases from Vinegar Syndrome are you looking forward to getting on the Black Friday sale? Pete...
Alright, see you lads.
Peter says, yes, Black Panther is pretty ridiculous. I'll also take Ant-Man over that. Yeah.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Plate says, Pete, yeah, I have a challenge for you, Pete. Starting next year, don't buy any DVDs and Blu-rays until you watch the ones that you've seen. Well, I won't need to buy none for decades then. Oh dear. Pete says, I don't really see the point in that. I really like buying stuff. You. Oh, sorry about that. Pens just popped in, but yeah, I like buying stuff as well. There's something about just buying something new and getting it.
If I'm in town at all, it's very rare that I won't come home with at least one or two things.
It's always a nice feeling unsealing a film or a game. That's why I like buying brand new.
Oh, I always buy used for my movies.
Yeah,
I think it was The Power of the Doctor was the most recent thing I bought brand new.
DVD Republic says to Peter, yeah, but it isn't the point of buying films to watch them and hopefully enjoy them. Maybe delve into the extras. DVD from Film Bloke says, oh wait, I was setting the challenge for Pete, not for you. Sorry if I confused you. Hey, no worries, mate. Yeah, that's actually quite a good challenge. Probably I should set up a new series for the channel where I watch some films for the first time and actually review them.
I tried doing a YouTube series called First Viewings. I got one video done, and that was for Good Will Hunting, which I did not enjoy, even after watching it for a second time. But anytime I tried to come up with get a movie for the second episode, I just couldn't do it. Like, I got the Life of Brian, couldn't write a script for that. I got Will Smith's Ollie, couldn't write a script for that. So I think in the new year, I'm going to retool it into Tales of the Backlog series, where I'll just pick a random movie from my backlog and watch it and review it.
That sounds good to me. AJ says Mini-Me was in Spy Who Shagged Me and Gold Member. Edward says, what's your thoughts on The Blind Side? That's the one with Sandra Bullock in. I liked it. It was pretty good.
I liked it.
Also like Sandra Bullock.
It's really good. Not as I'd say it's a bit more overrated now than it is. Like, I know it's like a really popular film, but I still think it's like heavily overrated now. Like, back a couple of years ago, you would say it's one of the greatest movies ever made, but I definitely think it's highly overrated now.
Yeah. You seen it, Mike?
No, not seen that one.
You seen it, Ian?
No, I've not seen it. No. I'm not sure about Sandra Bullock. Sometimes you think she's really good, and then other times I don't know.
Right.
She's incredible in Speed 2.
And Speed 2, yeah.
Oh, I really find that film very entertaining. That's a bad film.
Well, that's good. That's great. I've not seen. I don't know whether I've seen Speed 2. I've seen Speed first. Excellent. Yeah.
Isn't AJ doing a review for Speed 2?
I think he is.
Yeah, AJ is doing it. He's defending the
dud. So I'm looking forward to watching that one.
Yeah.
We've got Peter here saying DVD bloke, yeah, I need to copyright my first name, Peter. Playtendo fucker should have legally changed his name to just that. Oh, Peter. Peter says, Cora, are you getting stiff competition on Black Friday?
It is too fucking early in the morning for this bullshit.
Mac tonight says, "Oh my, indeed."
Oh my.
Neil says, "Best optical effect: bullet through the keyhole in Dario Argento's opera." Yep, I agree. Then
Oh yeah.
Neil's superb.
Yeah.
Peter says, "Neil's, you're back," and Neil says, "Peter." Gary says, "Both great films. Heat wins for me." Peter says, "Cora's sleeping again." DVD from Fun Bloke says, "Die Hard is a Christmas movie. So is Lethal Weapon, Batman Returns, and Maniac Cop 2.
There you go.
Awesome. We'll show them in schools for Christmas watch viewing."
No comment from me.
Gary says, "Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It has Christmas music."
No comment.
Peter says, "Spot on, Mike." And Peter says, "Microwave Massacre is a wonderful movie." Nice.
Okay.
Dr. Impossible says, "Michael, are you a politician?"
No. Never.
Oh. We've got Andy Lakestaff here saying, "Doing a great job tonight, Pete. Hit the like button." Oh, thanks ever so much, Andy. Really do appreciate it, mate. Peter says, "Fuck Lord of the Rings. Worst sort of nerdery." Oh. Andy says, 19 watching, hit the like button. Oh, thanks ever so much, Andy. Andy also says, "Zombies, Halloween films were hard watch. What other horror remakes do you dislike?" I don't think I've actually seen any, to be
I'm
fair.
the same. I don't think I've seen any remakes of like horror films.
I've seen some remakes I like, but I'm still working through the originals, let alone the remakes.
Yeah.
Have you got any, Mike?
There's not many horror remakes that I do like. I think the only one that comes to mind that I don't like at all is probably the Elm Street one. That one was pretty poor.
Yeah, I've heard that's pretty bad. Ian, have you got any?
I think one of the recent ones, Firestarter. I love the original with Drew Barrymore and what have you.
Yeah.
But then, why bother? It's such a great film, and they've made this other film. What can you say?
It's a pretty bland remake. I do agree.
Yeah, it's such a good film. Firestarter's quite underrated, actually. I'd say as a Stephen King thing, and they just
I
don't.
really enjoyed it.
But
Yeah. Good film.
Drew Barrymore's in it, and she's really good, isn't she? It's a great film.
I agree. Dr. Impossible says, "Cried for months over An Officer and a Gentleman. The song nearly tipped me over the edge. I wanted Deborah Winger, Sod Gear." AJ says, "Harry and the Hendersons, most emotional, and the Iron Giant." I do agree about the Iron Giant.
I haven't seen the Iron Giant. I own it on DVD. I picked it up recently, a couple of months back, but I still have yet to watch it.
That's a classic that could do with a 4K. Edward says, "Who's picked up Fisherman's Friends 1 and All this week? I still need to pick it up. I saw it in cinemas, and it was an okay sequel. I haven't seen the first one yet, but I've heard they're pretty good. Anybody else has seen the Fisherman's Friends?"
No, never seen it.
No. I've only ever seen them on Boots aisles, and they're where all the cough sweets are.
Yeah.
So, terrible joke. Peter says, "So now Andy is from here on out going to be called Angie here."
Oh.
Peter says, "Enough about penises here now. Some might call you transphobic. These streams will be the latest victim of cancel culture." DVD from Phone Bloke says to Peter, "It's a song from Monty Python, The Meaning of Life."
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter says, "But tell that to the PC mob." DVD from Phone Bloke says he's going to hell, so bring it on. DVD from Phone Bloke says, "Imagine if I got Pete to sing Bobby Brown's Go Down by Frank Zappa." I've never even heard of that song. David Beach says National Treasure 3, Nicolas Cage is not going to be in it. Coming Disney Plus the 14th of December. What's your opinions on it? It's a TV series. I'll give it a go. I like National Treasure, but it doesn't really feel the same without Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I agree with you. I might give it a go. But then again, I don't know. I have so many TV shows in my backlog, like the new Interview with a Vampire film that got a TV show remake recently, and I think your man who plays Vinder from Flux and Power of the Doctor plays the main character in this remake. So I'm just waiting for that series to wrap up, and then I'll start watching it. But I have way too much on my backlog to give it a go.
Yeah, Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too fussed. I think the National Treasure movies are okay, but they're not like any of my favorites.
And Ian, what about you?
Yeah, same. I'm not really that bothered, to be honest. It don't bother me. Yeah. The films are the films, and that's it.
Yeah. Edward says about this new brilliant Netflix sitcom set in a Blockbuster store. I've heard about this, but I haven't watched it yet. Are you guys seen it?
Shit. I've heard nothing but terrible things about it. It's like it trying to be like The Office, Parks and Rec, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but badly.
It looks like Superstore, but in a Blockbuster.
That one as well. Yeah, that was another one that I was compared to, but it was a shitter version to that.
Have you seen it, Mike?
No, I've not seen it, but I just find it so ironic how Netflix have made a movie about the people they put out of business.
Yeah.
I just find that so ironic.
You seen it, Ian? No?
No, I've not got Netflix now. I just don't bother with Netflix. Yeah.
David's asked me how much do you spend on Blu-rays a month? I'm unsure about £100, I suppose. I'll have to ask my bank manager.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says you could do something like Razor Wire Reviews, aka Luke, Conquering My Collection series. Yeah, could do. AJ's Movie Place says Speed 2 is the second episode to my Defending the Dead series. I'm looking forward to that one when that comes out, mate. I did really enjoy the film. I wasn't expecting to like it so much. Coming very soon. Awesome. DVD from Film Bloke says Sod I forgot Peter's first name is Pete as well. Sorry. David says Minions Rise of Gru. The film was weird how it was filmed. What's your opinion on it? I haven't seen the Minions The Rise of Groot. The Rise of Gru, yeah. But I like Minions. I'll give it a go eventually. Have you guys seen Minions Rise of Gru?
I stopped after the second Despicable Me film.
You ain't seen it, Mike? No.
No.
I've not seen any of them. So I mean, show you how behind I am. This year, I saw Toy Story for the first time.
Wow.
That's how behind. But guess what? I immediately went out and bought the box set in 4K. So it does work in the end. I get that.
Like I
absolutely love Toy Story now.
Yeah, I have an unpopular opinion about the third Toy Story film. I think it's shit. I really don't like the third one. I much prefer the fourth one over the third one. I just did not like.
I haven't seen the fourth one yet. But the third one is an emotional film.
Yeah, I liked it. I definitely agree with what a lot of people say, that it wasn't necessary, but I still liked it more than the third one, and that's probably going to piss off quite a few people in this comment section. But yeah, I don't care.
Next up, we've got Dr. Impossible saying, all these glowing faces are making me miss the sun. I'm off to South Africa now. No.
For me, for my glowing face is I have a little air heater here to kind of keep me warm. So I'm turning it off when I'm too warm and putting it back on when I'm cold again.
Oh, so I'm sitting right near a radiator, so I'm burning. I had a jumper on. I took it off. AJ says Die Hard has a lot of Christmas in its DNA. I think it's a film that will always walk the line. I guess it's a it is Xmas, given the excuse for a yearly watch. Yeah, you can watch it any time of year, but you can have a bit of Christmas to it. It can be both sort of films.
Yeah.
David says, has anyone watched the TV show of Lord of the Rings and what's your opinion on it? I watched the first episode. I was bored to tears.
Not
I've
seen
heard,
it.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard very mixed reactions to it.
Yeah. The only thing of note there was Lenny Henry, and that's it. AJ says, Iron Giant for Titans, a cult release. I agree there. That would be a fantastic release for Titans to do. I can imagine a lovely looking steelbook there. David says, what does ET movie look like on 4K? Is it any good? I haven't got ET on 4K. Any of you guys?
No, I
Yeah,
only
I
have it on Blu-ray that I found in a charity shop for like £2.
Yeah, I've got it from.
Yeah, I picked it up cheap on Blu-ray on 4K, and it's great. Yeah, looks great. Yeah, but it's a great film. So yeah.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I don't think I've seen it in full yet.
Oh, it's a great classic from the 80s. Yeah.
I mean, the video game, the Atari video game, though, that
broke the video game industry. That's been dug in a hole somewhere in
it
America.
It was the straw that broke the camel's back. I definitely think, though, the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man is worse than E.T. And I played the 2600 version of Pac-Man on emulator, and it's shit.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, Playtendoguy has never heard of Frank Zappa. I have heard of him, but I've never heard of the song. Peter says, Batman Returns from 92 is so good. Probably my favourite Batman film, but Burton's previous one was, of course, always as good. Yep, I agree. Josh says, Rise of Gru gave me the biggest headache ever. Lol. Yeah, I can imagine. David says, is anybody going to pick up the Rocky movies 4K first time release on 4K? If they're releasing them on 4K, that'd be a great box set. Yeah.
I still haven't seen any of the Rocky films. I own the first and the fourth one. Still haven't seen them.
Yeah. Oh, you're in for a treat. They're a lot of fun. Edward says, what's your favourite Robbie Coltrane? I like Robbie Coltrane and Harry Potter and Cracker and Mona Lisa.
I'm going to say Harry Potter. I've seen a few clips of him in whatever James Bond film he was in.
He was Zukovsky in The World Is Not Enough and GoldenEye.
Yeah, he looked really good from the few clips I've seen. So those are my 2 picks.
What about you, Mike?
I'm just going to have to say the James Bond films. I do like him as Zukovsky in those movies.
Yeah. And you, Ian?
Yeah, I like him in the James Bond films. Yeah.
Josh says, sorry, I've been missing a lot of the stream. I've been very busy tonight. No worries, mate. I understand. Thanks for popping up. David says, have you picked up any good deals in charity shop recently? I did pick a couple of Denzel Washington films for £1 each. That was pretty good. Mike, what about you?
Not really, no. I haven't picked up anything up from a charity shop for a while, to be honest.
Yeah, there isn't really much in them. Ian, what about you?
Mine are online. My charity shops are online. I wouldn't say I've picked up anything. The Emily Blunt film was only £1, and it's in a slipcover if you're into slipcovers. And I thought that was a great buying Blu-ray for £1. Yeah,
that's very good.
So that's my equivalent of
brilliant
in a charity shop.
And what about you, Michael?
My charity shops have been very dry recently. Like, I haven't really found anything. Like, the one I always go to is my local Oxfam, because they have a 3 for 4 deal. But I've barely been able to find anything in there recently. But Monday, when I went hunting, I did find a complete copy of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess on the Wii. I immediately traded it into CEX. I paid €3 for it. I got 13 on a voucher.
That's good. If you had it on GameCube, it'd be worth even more.
Oh, if it was on GameCube, I would have sold it on eBay.
Yeah.
Because I done that with a couple of months back. I found a bunch of PS1 games, One of them was Dino Crisis Complete in Box. I sold that untested on eBay for like €28.
Very good deal. We've got classic Josh here saying, going to watch Ken Loach. Sorry we missed you tonight. Have you guys seen it? I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's good. You guys seen it?
Never heard of it.
No, I'm not seeing it now.
We've got AJ here saying, night, gents. Great stream. Night, AJ.
Hey, AJ.
Thanks for watching. We've got Retro Gaming 2.0 saying full support. We've got David here saying, what's your favourite Pixar movie and do you own them on Blu-ray? My favourite's Toy Story 2. Let's quickly get through this. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, Toy Story 1 and 2 for me.
What about you, Ian?
The old Toy Story films. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Because that's all I've seen.
What about you, Michael?
I'm going to say WALL-E. WALL-E is my favorite Pixar animated movie of all time. I do own it on Blu-ray. I don't own all of the Pixar films on Blu-ray, but I own a good few of them.
Yeah. Awesome. Peter says, what Emily Blunt movie was this with the slip? It was an Emily Bronte film, wasn't it?
It was the girl on the train. Yeah,
oh,
girl
the girl
on the train.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, that's a good film.
I love her in the Quiet Place, but this surprised me because I just thought, oh, I'll try it. I'd heard some good things about it. As I say, it had a horror feel underneath it. It's really good.
Yeah.
Good.
David says, what's your favourite Disney movie? Do you own them? I'm going to say Lilo and Stitch. Mike?
Is Coco a Disney movie?
Yeah,
I think that's Pixar. Disney Pixar.
Yeah. Is it?
I'll just say that.
Yeah, that'll count. Ian?
Original Jungle Book.
Great pick there.
Nothing to do with remakes.
Yeah, that's good. And Michael, what about you?
I'm going to say both Lilo and Stitch and the Jungle Book. I mean, I love the PS1 Groove Party game. I actually own that. It's really, really good.
Great stream, guys, says Winslow. Do you prefer the original Blade Runner or 2049? I'm going to say the original. Everybody,
I haven't seen any of them, so no comment.
Mike, what about you?
Original, just the original.
Yeah. Totally agree. Just. But the second one's great as well.
Yeah.
And final comment of the night is from Winslow. If you're looking for H&B Premium in the New Deal, get Altman's, Macabre, and Miller. It's great. I will definitely add that to the list, mate. And Peter says, oh, okay, I have the Train movie with Emily Blunt on Blu-ray too. No slips, but I'll try and watch it. Awesome. And what do you think of the new live act films? I honestly don't know what you mean there, David.
I think he means the new live action Disney movies.
They're very hit and miss, I'll say.
Yeah.
Mostly misses and don't have the same charm as the original. But that is the final comment of the night, and we're nearly at 5 hours again. And wow, what a night it's been! It's been a lot of fun, and thanks everybody watching. It's 12:30, and 12 people are still watching. I'd like to thank, as always, Andy and Mike for joining the streams. It's always a pleasure chatting to you guys, and as always, thanks to Ian for joining from Ian Hill's Rambling.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
And Michael from Michael's Movie Corner.
I've definitely made a few enemies after this stream. I can feel I've definitely made a good few.
Final comment is from David saying, great stream tonight, guys, take care. DVD from Funblock also saying good night. So yeah, everybody's links in the description down below, so go give them all a sub, and we'll see you all next week at 7:30 with special guest Bumpers Movies. So take care and see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.